right, here we go. Here we go. All right. Can you guys hear me? Testing 1, 2, 3. Let me know if you guys can hear me. And everything. So let's see. What's up, Omega? What's going on? What's up, Cicada? What's up, Neo? What's up, Landon? What's up, Teddy? What's up, Pyro? Cool. You guys can hear me? Good. You say why are you depressed? What's going on? You okay, bro? Physical games are the best. What's up, Devin? What's up? Shut up, Nate. And your boys probably support. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Yeah, man. We about to come up to we got what? How many days we got left for the campaign? 3 days left. We're gonna talk about that too. And then we definitely have a specific stream by itself that's gonna be dedicated to the closeout of the VK campaign for Venus Orion Comics and stuff too as well this week. So we'll talk about that in a second. What's up, Studio S3? What's going on? What's up, Joel? What's going on? I'm a game CD type person. Is it just life stuff? Gotcha. Cool. Yes. So let me go do what I normally do these plugins real quick. Starting with where was I? Cool. Starting with Striking QOTs, of course. If you guys are new to the stream and don't know, my brothers and I, we have a t-shirt business called Striking QOTs, started by my brother Striking Keo. We're stationed in Philadelphia, of course. We have a studio there where we have our own steam press machines and everything. We create custom designs for t-shirts, hoodies, leggings, sweatpants. We also do merchandise like wallets, tumblers, mugs, mouse pads. We pretty much almost do it all. You know what I'm saying? Once we get this other printer, we'll be printing out posters as well, and big size posters, kind of like the size posters I have in the back of my room right now of my characters from Venus Orion Comics. And as you scroll down, you can see all the designs that we have. My brother Strike and Keo have their own their graphic designers, so you won't be able to find these designs anywhere else but our website. So they're very unique to what my brothers can do. Also, Mugen TV will eventually have I will have my own store on Striking KOTs where you can get all the Mugen TV merchandise, like this shirt that I have here. I will also have Mugen TV hoodies, so you can be part of the Mugen TV movement and family. So stay tuned for that. That'll be a dedicated video to talk about that more and everything. You can definitely check out their site. I also posted it in the chat, so you can go check it out. If you have any ideas for custom designs, definitely check it out. Go to the website. You can talk to my brothers in the chat, and the more detailed that you are with what type of custom design you want, they can get on it right away and have it shipped to you. Now, if you live locally in the Philadelphia area or close by, you can actually drive down to the studio and pick up your order after it's done. Instead of waiting for us to send it to ship it off, you can just come to the studio and you can meet me and my brothers, or we can actually, if you live close by, we'll actually drive it to you and drop it off to you and everything. So whatever works for you and everything. We're going to have a couple of cons that we'll be going to. We have our cartoon artwork con that we're going to in Philadelphia. It's one day in March. Then we also have the two other cons. That's going to be we have two cons in March. We have the cartoon artwork con, which is in March, and then we also have another con. I forgot the name of it because my brother and them list all the cons that we'll be going to, and that's going to be like a 2-day event. I think that's in King of Prussia, I believe. And then we also have another con that will be coming up too. As well in April, and there's gonna be more to come. So you won't miss out on it. But Venus Orion Comics will be there, so you have a chance to meet me, my brothers from Striking KOTs, and also me from Venus Orion Comics. You can be able to go check out and everything. But you can go over to the site. Here's the banners right here. There's the banners to what conventions that will be at. But there will be more this year that will be appearing at, and of course, Venus Orion Comics will have a little store here on Striking KOTs sometime this year, but I will also have a website as well of Venus Orion Comics where you can be able to get merchandise and buy comics and stuff like that. So We'll be getting to the questions in a minute. I just want to get all the stuff out of the way. Dope designs. Oh, thanks. Appreciate it. What's up, Robert? What's up, Ludacris? What's going on? And then, of course, we're going to go to the Venus Orion Comics newsletter. I haven't sent out a newsletter yet for the month of February, is because we're about to wrap up the campaign. Once the campaign is closed out within the next 2 or 3 days, then I'll send out a newsletter letting everybody know, thanking everybody for their support and everything, and what's the next phase and next step we'll be doing moving forward and everything. So stay tuned for that. But if you sign up for the newsletter, which I'll post the link in the chat, I suggest that you do it. The reason why I suggest that you do it is for the simple fact is not only that it's free, but you also get some cool perks that come with it. You get behind the scenes. You're always going to know what's going on with Venus Orion Comics before any of my social media platforms will get their information and everything, especially when I do Kickstarters for pre-order campaigns, because, of course, with my pre-order campaigns, there will always be limited items. So if you're on my Kickstarter, if you're on my Kickstarter and everything, on the letter, the newsletter, you got it, you will get the links right away. So you'll be able to get in there and be able to snatch up those items and everything because you're signed to my newsletter and stuff. And not only that, you also get free wallpapers. You lose nothing by doing that. And I really appreciate the people. We have over 100 people already on the newsletter. We already have over 100 people. And also, I love the fact that you guys show off your desktop and your cell phone screens with my wallpapers on there. And I really appreciate that, guys. I will be there. I'm still leaving the window open for the art contest, but there will be winner announcements sometime this month, by the end of the month or whatever like that. And also, too, in order to participate in contests, you have to be subscribed to the newsletter. There's no other way to get to be able to participate in like contests to win merchandise and even a free copy of whatever comic book series that I'm trying to promote. You'll be able to get a chance to get a free copy of that stuff too, as well. But you have to be subscribed to the newsletter in order for you to be able to participate in it. Because I will have like Smash Brother tournaments, Tekken 8 tournaments, and Street Fighter, etc., type of tournaments where you have an opportunity to win some free merchandise and even get a chance to win a comic and stuff like that as well. But you have to be signed to the newsletter. And also at the bottom are links to where you can be able to see other, where Venus Orion Comics are at on other social media platforms. So that's that right there. And then, of course, the campaign for VK, Variant Killers, Vampire Killers, my first comic book series. I'll post a link in the description. If you guys want to support this, I'll be answering questions in a second. I just want to get all this out of the way first. As I said before, if you're new here or you haven't had a chance yet, there's 3 days left for you guys to get a chance to pre-order the comic book. And as I said before, there's physical copies that you can get of the book, and the physical copies of the book will also come with a digital copy of the book for free if you decide to buy it physical. But if you just want digital by itself, standalone, it only costs $5. So if you're curious about Venus Orion Comics, you're curious about VK itself, it only costs $5. It only costs you $5 for digital. If you want to at least get a sample or a taste of what Venus Orion Comics have to offer. We reached our goal of $4,000. Now we're above it. We're at $6,174 dollars. And as I said before, when you put down a pre-order, the money pretty much covers the cost of printing the books up and shipping it out to you guys. It covers shipping, packaging, and it covers printing up the books for you guys. That's why it's called a pre-order campaign, because the books are already done. So there's not going to be a long wait period. You don't have to wait for the book to get done, being developed, and then print it and stuff, etc., etc. No, I paid the money out of my pocket. I took the risk by paying the money out of my pocket to get the book developed. The books are done. This is just the proof right here that is done, which I'll show you guys in a second. Before we get into the questions and stuff for those you guys who are new here. Yes, the books are done. I printed up all 4 covers for me to have of my own, but the books are done. We have the base cover, which is $15, and the prices are based on its rarity. This is the base cover. This will always be reprinted, $15, and like I said before, you get physical with it. You get the digital with the physical as well. And then of course, cover B. Cover B is $20, and there's only 250 of these copies right here. Very, very limited. And this cover B is a series of mine that I would have for VK, and the series is Face Portrait. So cover B will always be a face portrait of a different character that's within the series itself, which is also pretty cool. So if you want to collect the different face portraits, there's your chance with cover B. Remember, it's $20. And then of course we have the fan favorite as well, cover C, which is the monochrome cover right here. This is $25. Only 150 of these are available. Cover C. Got the front and the back. Right here, the front cover has Hezekiah Draven, the oldest brother of the Draven brothers, right here. And then, of course, the final one, which this one is selling the most, which I'm happy. Cover D. This is $30. This is like a manga type of cover. Right here has Hezekiah Draven, and it also has his friend Tech Lock right here. You open it up, it makes a full wrap around, which it has right here, Jasmine Mitchell and also Nolan Brett. The point of this series, cover D will always be this, because the point of this series of covers is what it does is it foreshadows events either in the book or future events. So I will leave little nuggets, little clues of what that may be and everything. So you get a chance to actually have fun with it, to figure out what it is. This is only the first chapter, so the clue should be obvious as you finish reading the chapter. Go look for it and stuff. But yes. So this is cover D. To show you the inside, I will show you the inside. I want to show you a particular page. This is the inside. It's fully colored, anime style. For those of you guys who love anime and everything, I'll just show you one more page so you guys get a chance to see. I'm not playing around. This is no joke. Right here, my artist Chabibit, Jessica. She's from the Philippines. Yes, she's very, very good at what she does. We've been working together for 5 years, working on working on the stories, the universe itself, creating different characters, creating the posters that you see back there and everything like that. So yes, so another thing before we get into the questions, to ask me anything questions, we have reached our goal of $4,000. So there are stretch goals on this campaign, and the stretch goal that we reached, if we make it to $4,000, everybody's order will get free keychains. We'll get free keychains, and we'll scroll down real quick. Everybody will get free keychains of Nolan Brett, Tech Lock, and also Jasmine Mitchell. There's already keychains that you can also get as add-ons of Hezekiah Draven, Isaiah Draven, Caleb Draven, and Varian Keller himself. And there's also a Draven Brothers where it has all three brothers' portraits on the keychain. And then there's the Venus Orion Comics keychains that you can get as add-ons. But these keychains are limited edition right here, which is going to be Tech Lock, Jasmine Mitchell, and Nolan Brett. And since we reached the 4K goal, everybody orders will get those three keychains for free. So yes. But yeah, so that's pretty much that. And also, when the campaign is done, I will let you guys, once the money goes into my account, I will let everybody know. I'm gonna be very, very transparent. I'm gonna let you know when I order the books to get print them all, to get them printed off. I'm gonna be transparent about that. Keep you guys updated. Once I order the books and have them printed off, once the books reach my studio, that's when I will send out all the digital copies out. So you'll have the digital copies before the physical copies get mailed out, to your address and everything. So that's another thing when you want to keep in mind for you guys. You will get your digital copy before your physical copy comes in, because we'll be packaging up the physical copy and everything and start shipping it out to your addresses and everything. But your digital copies will come first and everything, so you'll have something to keep yourself entertained as you wait for your physical copy to come and reach your doorstep and everything. So yes, once it reaches the studio, which everybody will be informed through newsletters, through social media, through a video, and everything like that. Once it hits my studio, digital copies will go out that same day, and everybody will start getting their digital copies. So yeah, so that's pretty much it for that. So let's get into these questions. Let's see. So Oh yeah, okay. So let me see. Let me see. Want to make sure. Okay. So first we had Landon with his first question. Will you continue to support WB games? I don't really play WB games, so whether I support it or not, I really don't know. I don't play the Arkham games. My brothers never had the Arkham games. Never played them. I guess NetherRealm Studios is part of WB games. I'll still probably play some NetherRealm games depending on how good they are. I did the beta, of course, of Multiverses, but no, like Warner Brothers like games weren't like they weren't like games that I ever really played. So it wasn't like I was like a dedicated fan of the WB games. So don't really care. Let's see. Let's see. Have you played Stellar Blade, Mugen Chan? Yes, I have Stellar Blade actually. I haven't finished the game. And the only reason why I haven't finished the game yet is because the game is a Souls-like game. And I hate Souls games. I can't play those games. Those games are frustrating. So the only reason why I got the game is because of it reminds me of Nier Automata. I love the aesthetics. I love the design of Eve. And because of that aesthetics and because it reminds me of Nier Automata, that's the only reason why I'm willing to slug through it. Because any other game that I would see that the moment I see Souls-like gameplay, I don't even bother. I don't care how good it is. I'm just not playing it. Stranger to Paradise, Final Fantasy. That was another reason why I got that game because I'm a Final Fantasy fan. So you can fool me into that, to get in that because I like Final Fantasy. I'm willing to play through a Souls game. Plus, it's co-op as well. It's fun. I'll be able to play with my brothers and stuff. But no, I haven't really. I have to get back to it. I have to finish it so I can, have a discussion video, a review like video as well, and talk about it, give you my thoughts and opinions on it. Thoughts on the PSN outage over the weekend? I don't know. I don't really have any opinions because I don't really play. I haven't really touched my PS5. I haven't played my PS5 this year yet, so I really don't have a real strong opinion on it. It reminds me of the PS3 PSN outage that we had years ago. It reminds me of that. So yeah, I really don't have no real opinion about it. It sucks for everybody who has who only has a PlayStation and PSN and didn't have the opportunity to be able to play any games and stuff. What's up, Derpy? What's going on? What's up, Jonan? Is cereal a soup? That's it. What defines a soup? Like what defines it? Is it like the ingredients? Is it supposed to be hot? Is it supposed to be warm? Is it supposed to warm you up? What makes a soup a soup? So that's a good question. I think cereal. What makes cereal? What makes cereal cereal? You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. That's a really good question. I don't think cereal is a soup. I think they will call it a soup. You know what I'm saying? Like they have names for a reason. Cereal. I guess soup is soup. So I don't know what would define those to be what. You know what I'm saying? So like oatmeal. I think oatmeal is more like a cereal. I guess. What's up, Blaze? What's going on? What's up, Dark Side Lucia? Yeah, man, it's good to see you too, bro. Good to see you too, man. Definitely, man. Like he said, if a chicken had lips, could it whistle? Well, it's just like I said about soup and stuff. Like it's what it's does for lips, I guess, or whatever. Do you need lips to whistle? Don't birds chirp. They got beaks, so they chirp. It doesn't. Do you necessarily need lips to whistle? If you get what I'm saying, So I don't know. He said, "Will currently exist games on Switch get FPS and resolution boost on Switch too?" I hope so. I'm hoping for that, man. I would. That's the thing. I think that's the most exciting thing. Or the most thing I'm curious about with the Nintendo Switch 2 is how will it affect the other the older games, the Switch 1 games? Will it actually give it a performance boost and stuff? I will hope so, because then those games will feel like a fresh new experience. I can imagine a lot of people going back to their older games in their Switch 1 library just to replay them running at 60 frames or just a better frame rate and resolution and stuff like that. I think that'd be interesting. It will revitalize your collection. And the thing is, with my Nintendo Switch 1 collection, most of my games are backlog games. I still have games that's still in plastic. So me playing on Nintendo Switch 2, it will already feel like a good experience, if there is a performance boost and stuff in it. So, what's up, Kami? What's going on? Stellar Bude. What's up, Solo? Who's that? I say PS3 was better than this. You mean the hack then, yeah. Had a better library in 362. Bad look for Sony and digital rights. Well, what makes a super suit is a rocks. It's flour and butter mixed together and heated in stock and water added in 3 parts, boiled every stage. Okay, interesting. Cereal involves milk and wheat. Okay, that's good. Oh, and onion. Taco meat plus chips equal meat cereal. All right, these questions are cracking me up, man. Yeah, I know, right? Guess what? I couldn't find a Source Wrap on Steam, so on Wednesday I'm going to download in 360 emulator to play it. What is your thoughts on emulation versus playing games legally? Like, personally, for me, I'm not an emulator guy. I rather hunt the game down and have it and play it legally. I was just never into emulation. Like, I was the type of guy like, I was never in a situation where like I desperately gotta play a certain game. If I don't have access to the game, then the game won't be played. And also, I don't know. I'm just lazy. I don't feel like setting up emulators. Then I gotta find ROMs. Then I gotta set the emulators up, find the ROMs, and all this other type of stuff. I don't feel like doing it. I do not feel like doing all that. I really don't. And there's so many different ROMs and so many different emulators out there. And then then some of the ROMs may not fully work well. I like, especially during the early days of emulation, I hated it or whatever like that. So if I can't play the game, I just don't play the game. There's so many other games out there that I can play. As far as emulation is concerned, I don't have an issue with emulation. As long as emulation is good when those games are no longer reprinted and stuff like that, where you don't have any access to it. And of course, when you try to go to like a third party market, or you try to go to like try to buy these games, you got people who raise the price to these games. These games cost like $200 or $300 and stuff, which is ridiculous. So it makes sense. You go to an emulator and stuff like that, or games that never came to the States and it was never sold to the States. You get a chance to actually play those games. So I'm totally fine with that. What I'm not fine about with emulation is that you're using emulator to play current games that you could already buy at the store. A perfect example is when Nintendo and Tears of the Kingdom had released, and Nintendo was really upset because people had used the emulator. Somebody had used the emulator, cracked it, and people were playing Tears of the Kingdom on emulation before Tears of the Kingdom came out. Now, I think that's wrong and then the thing that upset me about it was that people who are pro emulation, people talking about preservation. I'm like, what the hell preservation got to do with a game that didn't even come out yet? You know what I'm saying? So people are using that as an excuse to pirate games. You know what I'm saying? So I didn't like that. So yes, it's definitely a gray area with emulation, and this depends on the person's intent with emulation and stuff like that, which really makes it make things like really, really like questionable and sketchy and stuff. And as I said before, since I'm a creator myself with creating a comic book, and eventually I want to start my own indie game studio and stuff like that. So with this whole pro piracy going on, I don't want my stuff to be pirated. I wouldn't want my stuff to be emulated either, especially if you can go out and buy my game and stuff like that. So I don't know, man. It's one of those things where it's like a case by case situation, Let's see what we got here. Will EA Big ever come back in some form? I have no idea. I'm not really an EA guy, so don't know. And X adds a thickening agent, and okay, I got you. Let's see. Strato said Xenoblade Chronicles 2 would be much better experience. Yes, with 60 frames. I at least hope a more of a stable 30 frames, 30 FPS. I'm playing through the Gorma region and it's lagging like, yeah. Base game, the base Xenoblade Chronicles 2 was laggy as shit. Like when you get to like those bigger regions and everything like that, the game really lags to a slowdown, like really, really bad pop-ins and everything like that, you know. And I would love to see if Nintendo Switch 2 improves on the frame rate, or at least have a stable 30 frames where, you know, the game doesn't suffer that. But I was willing to suffer that because the game was that damn good. But yes, it was a pain in the ass with those slowdowns in certain areas of that game. Let me see. Xenoblade Chronicles 2, the expansion, which was the Golden Country of Torna. There wasn't really, I couldn't really say there was a lot of slowdowns in that game. I think they improved actually with the Golden City of Torna. Very good DLC. I like they did better than the base game. Oh man, we'll talk about that sometime when I do like a Xeno stream at some point and everything. So yes. Let's see what we got here. King of Blades, like Sup Mugen, do you think anti-woke movement is going to split and break apart considering all the drama between the Gooners and the Christians these past months? Yes, I'm not going to stay long on this topic because I'm getting tired of talking culture war stuff. I think 2025 is going to be an interesting year as far as the culture war is concerned, more specifically the anti-woke side. We've been constantly, the movement has been constantly being critical of the woke side. And I think 2025 is going to be the year where anti-woke is now going to be under a critical microscope at this point. I think there's going to be a split. There's going to be a faction, you know, within the anti-woke side of this culture war. We already starting to see a lot of infighting, especially when it came to the Kingdom of Deliverance 2 or something like that. Don't really care for the game. Never heard of the game until this controversy. But you're going to start seeing everybody fight within their own cliques. They're gonna start people gonna start eating their own when it comes to this, and a lot of mass is gonna start slipping off. I think what's going to happen is eventually both movements are going to crash and burn, and we will probably get back to some form of normalcy within in gaming in general, especially once both of these groups begin to fade out. So yeah, let's see. Has anybody told you that you remind me of that samurai cop with that hair? Samurai, was it that person? Samurai cop with that hair. You talking about that? Was you talking about that shitty movie with the samurai, that white dude, this who's a samurai cop or something? What is he? I think you look like a comic character in a hoodie and a shirt. Well, people always said that I look like a Final Fantasy character. Somebody said I look like a Guilty Gear character. A little girl actually asked me if I was a vampire years ago. And the funny part was that guy, that weirdo guy that we used to have, that I told you about, that black gothic dude that always used to wear the contacts and the vampire things. That, oh my god, that was embarrassing. He actually got mad because the little girl, he was walking around with the fangs and the contacts, and he had the long braids and stuff like that. And the little girl walked over to me, didn't even walk over to him, didn't even pay him no mind. And because of my long hair and everything, and she was with her mom, she kept tugging on her mom's pants or whatever like that, and she kept pointing at me, and she said, "Hey, mister, like, are you a vampire?" I'm like, "A vampire?" So yeah, people always ask me these different things. It says I play ROMs on actual consoles. Okay, yeah, 30 FPS is garbage, but it's expected on Switch. Though I don't know if Kazi Eminar could optimize it. I bet he could run at 60. Though I don't pirate new games, just older stuff that's not sold anymore in stores. Yes, I'm totally agree with that. I can't preserve a game that hasn't come out yet, but I can see it for old games from generations. Yep, because the physical media won't last forever. Yep, anything 06 and before should be okay to be emulated. Yeah. Are traps gay? Oh my god, here goes Hazen. Oh my god, Hazen literally said this. Are traps gay? I mean, if the trap love, is dating a biological woman, then I don't think the trap is actually gay. If he likes women and he fucks women, or is he married to a woman, I don't think a trap will be gay then, or whatever. I think that's a very fluid question to ask when it comes to traps and whatever like that. It just depends. If the trap likes women and only is exclusive to women, then I don't think traps are gay. But I mean, if the traps is going both ways, I don't believe in bisexual. Someone being bisexual. I just don't believe in that. Like the moment if you're a guy and you're dating women and you sucking dick, you just gay. Like there's no way around it. Now I know it's a double standard when it comes to chicks. You know, a lot of like people are more like give leeway to women for dating girls and stuff like that because guys think it's hot to see two girls kiss all over each other. Seeing two girls going at it doesn't do nothing for me. That doesn't turn me on at all. Seeing two girls kiss each other doesn't do shit for me or whatever because I'm not involved in the action. It does nothing for me. You know, now if it's just me and with two girls, that's different. But just seeing two girls, that does nothing for me. But yes, I don't believe in bisexuality. There's no such thing as that. It doesn't exist to me at all. If the moment you start sucking dick and you a dude, but you still have sex with women, but you still sucking dick or getting your back blown out by a man, you're gay. Like there's nothing about it. So when it comes to traps, if a trap is attracted to both men and women, all right, he's gay. That's just how that works to me. So, but as long as the stuff is accessible and good, that drives down the need to pirate. Yeah, I agree. So I'm doing good, just working on my caliber fighter. I'm looking forward to seeing that. By the way, cereal grains is what makes it a cereal. Thanks, Hazen. Boss is mad at for taking the wrong day off. Mad. What's up, Mugen? What's up, Cameron? So what's up, Mugen? They talk of emulating TikTok before today. As we think of how dope would it be for Nintendo to make a PC launcher with everyone. Nope. Let me tell you something about Nintendo. And I don't know why people keep wanting Nintendo to have their games available on PC. Now, I will say this. I won't say that it would never happen, but that is suicide. Nintendo makes so much money off their hardware. Nintendo is the only company that's actually a video game company. Nintendo makes so much money off their IP. They make so much money off their IP that you have to go out and buy their hardware. Them putting their Nintendo games on the PC will kill Nintendo hardware. It will kill them. It will kill Nintendo. Nintendo profits only off of video games. Yes, they have their little companies here and there, their theme parks and stuff, but they are 100% a video game company. They make all their sales off of their hardware. They like to sell hardware. They don't only sell software. They like to move their hardware. I can't see. This is why Nintendo will. That's why you never see Nintendo games like Zelda or Mario on PC because that will kill them. That will destroy them. That will destroy them. Them creating a PC launcher would be the stupidest thing that Nintendo would ever do, and Nintendo knows that. So you have to buy their hardware. You have to buy it. You have to buy it. You would never see them on PC anytime soon. Until they're forced to go on PC. They'll be the last company to go to strictly the PC. They would never do that. They would never do that for now. For now, they would never do that. It'll be stupid. That'll be suicide. Cereal was invented by Kellogg's to keep testosterone low in boys, hamper their brain development. Never knew that. It's coming out slowly, finally. There's already a split. Said that shit isn't to be bad by people. Just eat bread. That's what Jesus ate. The reason I asked because I was going to get multiverses, but I didn't because it was going to flop, and I was right. Yeah, multiverses. That's why I didn't go back. I played the beta, but I never downloaded the game because I knew multiverse. Like something told me in my soul that man, it'll be crazy if this game fails, and I'm upset that it failed. Like. That game should have been a slam dunk. It should have been a home run. You know what I'm saying? And they dropped the ball. They fucked it up. You know? So I'm Orthodox Christian. Yeah, it's not good to have humor stuff in games, but I'd rather have a game with big tits than communists. And it said, just get a crowd COVID kid at home tested and then some orange juice and show you had COVID. These people are saying anything for clicks and views. COVID kid said, what's your favorite issue of VK? I only got one issue. Oh, are we talking about cover? It's right now. We got one issue of VK, but we got covers. This is still one issue. It's just it's the variant covers. That's all it is. Which one is my favorite cover? Good question. All four of these are my babies, but and by the way, Once the campaign is done, you won't be able to get these covers. These covers are campaign exclusive. So if you don't get them within the next 3 days, you would never be able to get these at all. These are limited. These are rare. So if you miss out on these covers, you would never be able to get these covers again. And I'm serious about this when it comes to this. I'm a person of my word, very transparent. So you won't be able to. These are rare covers. So you won't. There's no reprints of these. So if you miss out on this in this campaign, you won't be able to get these covers again. So just to keep that in mind. But as far as my favorite cover, I guess cover D, followed by cover C, will be like my favorite covers and everything. All right, let's see. Some orange juice positive. You get it. Okay, got you. Dude, Black Testament sounds like a fucking crazy Guilty Gear secret character. Vampire Brooklyn. Yeah. I somebody said that about me, so I like Vampire Brooklyn too. Yeah. What do you think, What do you think about Jon Stewart lately? Talking about the comedian? I don't know. I haven't been keeping up with Jon Stewart. The anti-woke cannibalism and mass removal has already been happening. It's about time we evolve just letting bad games sell poorly. Yeah, at this point, like, you're gonna start seeing on my channel, you're gonna start seeing less and less culture war stuff on my channel. Like you'll see it, I'll talk about certain things, but starting this week, like you'll see, you already saw me talk about Expedition 33. And I got a couple other things that's non-culture war related that's coming up this week that's going to be on my channel and stuff like that. This culture war stuff is a headache, is a pain in the ass. And now we're starting to lose the plot. All this infighting, all this arguing, and now we're not even talking about video games no more. You know, we're getting into people's personal lives. We're talking about religion, and we just lost the plot. Period. Like the culture war had just lost the plot. And I'm getting tired. I'm getting tired of it. I'm really getting tired of it. I just want to play fucking video games, you know, and play games that I really enjoy to play, and also play some indie games and share my love of a lot of these games with you guys when I make content on the channel and stuff like that. So yeah, if the world was ending today, what would be the last thing you do? I don't know. That's a good question. I don't know what the last thing I would do. I don't know. Like, I don't have any, like, I don't even have a bucket list of things I would want to do. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. That's a good question. I would come back. I would swing back around to that. I don't know. Said, bruh. How's it find God, dog? There's nothing about that sentence I don't love. It's split among us. Is the last thing I want to see right now. We have bigger problems to worry about, which is the same reason Trump got support from the people who don't even like him that much. It says straight traps listen to trap music. Like that when I date women, like, nephew, what? Yeah, traps are only gay if you do that. Yeah. Yeah. Like I said, if a trap likes females and only date exclusively female, have sex exclusively with females, then yeah, I don't see anything wrong with the trap as long as the trap is straight. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, if they traps only gay. Unfortunately, you are already seeing the split. Yup. Ice-T from Law and Order, as you said it, that means you're gay. Yup. Laugh my ass off. Do you hope that the Switch 2 we get a remaster Tatsunoko versus Capcom, or at least a sequel to Pokken Tournament? And yes, I was referencing that crappy movie. That's a good question. I would love to see. Well, it's up to Capcom. We don't have to wait the Switch 2 for that to even happen. I mean, if anything, it would probably, if they were to remaster Tatsunoko versus Capcom, it probably wouldn't be exclusive to the Nintendo. They would actually do something to actually have it on all platforms instead. If you know what I'm saying. So I don't think they have to wait for the Switch 2 for that to happen. I would love, because Nintendo, well, not Nintendo, what Capcom is doing, man, they're remastering. Like right now, I finally picked up the physical edition of the Marvel vs. Capcom collection. You gotta have this, guys. You gotta get this so you can have it. It's physical. It's been bought to, you know, it's been preserved now. So get it, grab it before the Marvel license is up, and you probably won't be able to get this again. make sure you get a physical copy either on the Switch or the PlayStation, you know. And if I mean a lot of you guys got PS4, so it's no excuse at this point. Go pick it up, have it in your collection so you can have it. But yes, Capcom has been really doing this thing, man, by bringing a lot of these games back, these older games, and putting them in collections and stuff. But Pokken Tournament is a fun game, man. I would love to see a sequel to that. What if the femboy is attracted to women? I said, what if the femboy is attracted to women? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, he's not gay. I mean, like by default, is a femboy gay? But honestly, I'm not into that. I'm not into this femboy stuff, so I don't know. But is a femboy is just a feminine, you know, male, right? He has feminine features and stuff, but he's still a male. But then does that necessarily make him gay by default? But if it doesn't make him gay by default, yeah, like a femboy attracted to a woman, I don't see nothing wrong with that. The never-ending a new cycle of insert whatever's woke is just low fruit content hustling. Yeah, at this point, let me tell you how much let me tell you how much this culture war stuff is content hustling at this point. Even for me, when I would do culture war, because the goal was I was going to do like one culture war video a week. I was going to be like making it because I didn't want this to be like to overshadow my channel. And we have gotten to a point where the culture war stuff, whereas now it's starting to, I'm having a hard time finding news to talk about when it comes to culture war stuff. But the only difference with me, if there's no news to talk about, I won't talk about anything culture war related. You know what I'm saying? So that's the type of person I am. I'm not going to sit there and drum up content or create rage bait just to bring clicks and stuff like that and hustle out of it. No, if there's nothing to talk about, then I just won't talk about it. You know what I'm saying? So it haven't been a lot to talk about in the culture war space recently. It haven't really been a lot. This like for me, the Melanie Mac thing lasted way too longer than it should have with the Coomer Gate thing. And then the Razor Fist thing had lasted a little bit too longer than it should have. And then now we have the Kingdom, the Kingdom of Deliverance, whatever the fuck it's called. I think even this situation is lasting too long. I think this is going on for too long, you know, because if you want to be technical or be real right now, there's really nothing to talk about right now in the culture war space. This really is nothing to talk about. So a lot of these situations right now is just they're being blown up out of proportion because there's really nothing to talk about within the space. Got your Mugen. Nintendo takes a hit on their hardware, they make it back off of software. Yeah, but the thing is, when the Wii U sucked, they still had the 3DS. They still had their hardware. When the Wii U crashed, what was helping them was the Nintendo 3DS and the software. They still had hardware somewhere. All about Pikmin. I still gotta get Pikmin 4. Legal note: Nintendo stresses it's not just a company but an entertainment group. Okay, I think they should release like one game on Steam and just see how it does. Even a Switch 1 game. If they are going to do a game for PC, it would have to be a new IP. It would have to be a new IP that releases both for Nintendo and for the Nintendo console and for the PC. It would have to be a new IP. I don't see them taking a chance with doing a Zelda title or a Mario title, unless I would say this: if it's a spin-off title and not a mainline AAA title with Zelda, I can see them putting it on PC. But I can't see them putting any of their main AAA like IPs, first-party IPs that already exist onto the Nintendo platform at all. But if they make onto the PC platform, my fault. But if they make a brand new IP with the intention to put it on PC, then I can see that happening or whatever, because its intention is to be on the PC, you know? I'm crazy for believing that lesbians don't actually exist. Most lesbian relationships fall apart after 3 years. The only lesbian that stay together are very unattractive women who attract men. Yeah. Well, lesbian relationships, man. Like I said, lesbian relationships, they're the most violent. Lesbian couples, as far as marriage are concerned, they got the highest divorce rate because they're women. Women are they're emotional creatures. Now, what happens when you take two emotional creatures and now have them live together? now have them married and everything. And the thing is, domestic violence is very high is because it's two women. It's even, it's fair game. Because if it's a man and a woman fighting each other, the man is going to jail. A woman can be a victim, you know what I'm saying? But it's two women fighting. What you going to do then? There's two women fighting. It's not two men fighting. It's not a man fighting a woman. It's two women fighting. So it's fair game. So yeah. Yeah, that's true. Sickening the amount of bank they can make off of their own console. Yeah. If the reason they don't open up their software is because they still have old people on staff. They have no idea what game, like Miyamoto. Like for instance, Nintendo is making so much money. Give me a reason. Give me a reason why. I'm talking about a definitive reason why they should put their games on the PC. Like Nintendo Switch is making gangbusters. Their games are destroying. Tell me a reason why they need to have their games on the PC. A legitimate reason why they need it on PC. They're killing it right now. They're killing it. That's why we didn't get a Nintendo Switch 2. Because Nintendo Switch 1 was killing it so much, there was no reason to do Switch 2. Because the PS5 and the Series X was no threat to them. It was another reason why they didn't even put Mario Kart 9 on Nintendo Switch 1. Because they couldn't, because Mario Kart 8 was still destroying. It was still in the top 10 of games or whatever like that. Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. You know what I'm saying? You gotta give me a valid reason why it should be on PC. Why would they need it on PC? Give me a valid reason. He said, I suspect a lot will change when Miyamoto leaves and passes away. I could see that happen when younger blood come in. That would definitely happen if younger blood come in. What's up, Vinegar? That's probably when we'll find out. Just popping in to say much love, bro. Thanks, Wade. Appreciate it, man. Are you going to play DMC 3? I'm not into DMC. I got DMC 5, never finished it. I'm not into the action, the character action games like I used to. I'm just an RPG guy and fighting game guy most of the time. I never care for DMC. They're not bad games. I just don't care for them. Seeing that MVC 2 cabinet gets me hype. Have you seen my fan-made MVC project? No, I haven't checked it. I'll definitely check it after the stream is over. I'll definitely look into it. I haven't been keeping up with Mugen anything, or Eichmann or at all. I just started. I just did a Mugen video like 2 weeks ago in a very, very long time. So I'll be getting back into Mugen and Eichmann pretty soon with some content and stuff like that. But no, I'll check it out after this stream. Vampire in Brooklyn, yeah, Maximilian Hill. Nice. The culture war is over almost, bro. Yeah, I believe that. So I'm ignoring the culture war as of late is old news. Yeah, I don't really watch culture war content at all, like that at all. I agree with you on that, Mugen. That's all right. We won already. Hey, Mugen Lord, I want to ask, how do you feel about anime and manga being more successful than Western entertainment? Well, there's a lot of advantage that that manga. It makes sense. You know what I'm saying? When it comes to like manga and anime, man, a manga and anime, it's like a buffet. There's something for everybody. If you into sports, they got something for sports. If you into just slice of life, where it's just about friends or whatever, it's just about nothing, you got that. If you into harems, they got that. You into romance, they got something for that. You into superhero stuff, they got something for that. They got everything for everybody. You into mecha, they got that. So there's so much variety when it comes to that. And right now, in these stories, there's nothing like, they're not trying to push a social political agenda. You get lost in these worlds, you get lost into these characters, you fall in love with these characters, you resonate with their stories and everything like that, and you just have a good time with it. And another thing about manga is the fact is that it's easy to follow. The problem with Western comics, especially when it comes to the big comic companies like Marvel and DC, there's so many number ones of Batman, so many number ones of Captain Marvel. And when you go into Western comics, you don't know even where to fucking start. Should I grab this? Oh no, don't get this. Just get this right here. This is a better story. It's written by this person. And see, the thing is with Western comics, You got so many different people that's writing Batman. You got so many people that's writing Superman or X-Men or Fantastic Four. And then another thing that turns me off with a lot of Western comics, there's too many damn artists that's drawing the same characters in a different way. So there's no like single version of that one particular character. There's so many different drawings of Batman, so many different art styles where I like this artwork of this comic of X-Men, but then this person's run with this artist, the artwork sucks in my personal opinion. So it's so jumping up. But when it comes to manga, right? When it comes to manga, a perfect example, you got volumes. So you got one artist that does all the does all the artwork for that one series, and you got one writer. So it doesn't mess up with the canon. You have one writer and you have one artist that works on this particular series, even in the indie space that does manga and stuff like that. So when you go into a store, you're not confused. You got volume 1. So you can go up and pick up volume 1 of The Girl with the Mega Fist, right? And there's no other type of other versions of this of the mighty of the Girl with the Mega Fist. There's just one volume. You can buy this volume and you can get all the story all into one book, and then get the next volume and get the next volume. But if I go to a comic book store and a Western comic book store, there's so many different versions. There's so many different stories. You don't even know where to begin. But when it comes to manga, all you got is that volume. You go in, get that chapter or get that volume, and you're good to go. Nothing changes up. There's no all these different versions and all this other type of stuff. So I think that's another reason why manga has been kicking Western comics ass. And then when it comes to anime, the artwork and everything, and it's so sad. I love America. I'm an American. And it's sad that we see the East just dominating in animation, dominating in video games and stuff like that. And it seems like we have it's no longer in animation and in video games. It feels like we don't even have a culture no more, because the Western culture had destroyed it. I want to see Western animation come back. I grew up off of Western animation, and then once like when I got to my preteens, that's when anime really started taking over, and I just spent more time into Eastern animation and stuff. But Eastern animation just took over. Eastern video games is now dominating again. And I wish when it comes to animation and cartoons and stuff like that, I wish we have, Western studios do some justice. Say I want to feel proud that, this was a Western studio that created something that even the East enjoy as well. But we don't have that. We don't have that at all right now. I don't have patience with the culture war. It's not over, but making it your entire life is stupid. I agree. The whole point of the culture war is so people could just make games they wanted to make for people who wanted to play them. But yeah, it's devolved into, actually not if it has big juicy tits. Yeah. That's another thing that's what I said. We had lost the plot, because that's what I see it now. Like, yes, I love beautiful women in my content. I love fan service. But now I think the thing that really exposed it even more, and like I said, you're allowed to have your opinion. I totally agree with that. But I think what exposed it even more is when people started debating over Ninja Gaiden Black, and people were upset about Ayane, and because her titties, and despite when you look at the female characters, the jiggle faces are there, the women are beautiful, they still got a nice pair of racks, but now we start to get into the point where, it's not, the titties aren't as big as the original one. They're still nice and plump, they're still a nice size, but because they're not as big, of like that, oh my god, the game has gone woke, oh my god, so now we starting to, when it comes to culture war, when it comes to me, I've always said this: you have to pick and choose your battles. Not there's a war, but within the war you have battles. Every battle doesn't need to have a victory. Every battle doesn't need that. So you're gonna win some, you're gonna lose some. You have to pick and choose which battle that you want to fight and win. But when it came to this, I don't see nothing wrong, in my personal opinion, when it comes to Ninja Gaiden Black and the female characters. Then you have people sort of crying about the girl in the white dress. the NPC. No, because first people started crying about the girl with the white dress and whatever, saying that the girl looks ugly. So then I asked the question. I said, "What is this? The main character?" Oh no, she's just in the cutscene. So now we're crying about a female character that looks ugly, an NPC that has no bearing on the story. You only see once, only in that scene, and we're crying about that. You know what I'm saying? So I'm over it at this point. I'm over it. You know. But yeah. Calvin says, "What up? What's up, man? What's going on? If the purge happened today, what would you do?" The purge is like that movie where people was robbing and stealing and stuff. No, I will stay in my house. I'll make sure I got guns and stuff. I got to protect my family. I'm not going out trying to murder people and steal and all this other type of stuff. The first thing I want to do is barricade my home, make sure I got a lot of weaponry, and protect my daughter and protect my family and stuff like that. So yeah, like, yep. So random, but have a gaming PC? If so, what are your specs? Should I call mine as a gaming PC? I do have I do have an NVIDIA 2080. I have 48 gigs of RAM. Let's see, what else did I? Yeah, and I have an SSD hard drive. I guess it plays good games at high settings and stuff. I can play a lot of games at high setting and stuff. So I guess you can call it a gaming PC. But yeah. And when it comes to rendering my videos, because Adobe Premiere takes up a lot of RAM if you want to get the most out of it and stuff like that. So I'm able to render like hour-long videos. Now hour-long videos are only like 15 to 20 minutes, or 2 hour-long videos that I can render would only be like 30 minutes and stuff like that. So, yeah. Looking for a complete remaster of Onimusha. Well, I never really played. I have, like, my dad and my brothers have Onimusha. Like I said, not my kind of games. So it's interesting to see it come back. I'm happy for the fans, and I've grown up with that series, you know, through nostalgia and everything. So I would love to see it come back in some shape or form. I may even give the new one a try. So who knows? Marvel vs. Capcom Fighting Collection or Xbox Now, but is it physical? Like, that's the right question. Like, Microsoft is so they not only that they're late to the party. A lot of Japanese games that they end up getting that I would like to get on the platform, they end up making them digital only or Game Pass only. I'm like, I'm good. I'd rather just I want it physical. Well, if Capcom would not make Azora's Wrath 2, they should put Azora on Marvel vs. Capcom 4 or Street Fighter 6. I think it would fit in Marvel vs. Capcom more than Street Fighter, in my personal opinion. Talk about money, motivation, and stuff. Yes, man. Let me see. Yeah, facts. Culture War stuff is just beating the dead horse. KCD2 was that last straw in the outrage media in the last few weeks. I'm tired, balls. Yeah, man. Expose. What I'm saying is that they actually don't make any profit off selling hardware, but because of their software is locked to their hardware, they make money that way. Yeah, and I think it's just wise for them to keep it that way, or whatever. They don't really have, like, if Nintendo seen that there was a legitimate reason for them to do that, then I think they would do it. I seriously think they would do it if they see it as a legitimate reason. It's like they're not like desperate for it. You know what I'm saying? They're like most developers. You see Square Enix, for instance. Square Enix saying, "Yo, we gotta go multi-plat," because Square Enix getting their ass kicked. You know what I'm saying? You have like so many other you see what Microsoft is doing with Xbox. They trying to even put their games on PlayStation. They they're desperate for money because they're hurting bad. Nintendo, they're not hurting, so they don't. In my personal opinion, they don't see a reason to put their games on the PC. Because they know that their people, they know that their install base is always going to go buy their hardware and stuff like that. Both sides took things too far. Yep, 75% of lesbian relationships fail. Can you imagine if Tears of the Kingdom released on Steam alongside its release on Switch, or even a year later, and it ran in 60? Yeah, but that's the thing. If they had released it on Steam and Switch, I guarantee you right now, no one would buy. No one would get the Switch version. Like Switch version would go down, and people would just get the Steam version. Like that's what I'm saying. Like, if if they was announced to Switch 2, right, and then they announced that, oh yeah, this Nintendo game is also coming out for the PC, I guarantee you, a lot of people say, I wouldn't like. Why would I get a Switch 2 at this point? Because now I can play it on Steam Deck. I will just get the Steam version. I won't get a Switch 2. What's the point? What's the point of getting a Switch 2 now that I know that this Switch 2 game for launch is also going to be on the PC? I have no reason. Like, people will say, yo, I would rather, especially if you're already a gamer, I would rather just get it on the PC, buy it on the PC, and then get my Steam Deck and then play it on Steam Deck. Goodbye, Switch. That would just be suicide. But yeah, I would love to see those games, like, you know, like on the PC, to see like the 60 frames and the mods and stuff like that. I think that would be cool. 25% of game managers divorced for you that. Were you scared for your life when you first saw Bible Black, the hentai? I wouldn't say scared. I would say I was freaked out because I never saw a Fuda before. I'm like, what the fuck is this? It was just weird. It just freaked me out because I didn't know what it was. You out of line, but you're right. There's no reason to put Nintendo games on PC. Yeah, there's no reason to put it on PC. There's like that is suicide. That is suicide for Nintendo to do that. Because like, can you imagine? Like, you already have people in my comment section and even on X saying that how much Steam Deck is superior to Switch hardware, right? Can you imagine it saying, yo, Switch 2 is coming out, but here are the games that's coming to Switch 2. But yes, you can also get it on PC. They killed it right there. They killed the Nintendo Switch 2 right there. They killed it. They're at this point, someone who already has a Steam Deck, why the fuck would I get a Switch 2? When the Steam Deck is much more superior. Why the fuck would I get that? All right, now, it's coming out to Steam. This Nintendo game come out on Steam. All right, I'm gonna get it on Steam and then get on my Switch. I'm gonna get on my Steam Deck. Killed the Switch 2 right there. Killed it. So that's the thing. I think it would be stupid for Nintendo to do that. I would love to see Nintendo games on PC, but I'm talking about from a business standpoint. I think that would be the stupidest thing Nintendo could possibly do. Bio Black was late. I bet he started seeing Blue Girl way before then. Yeah. I saw Blue Girl first. I talked about it. I saw Blue Girl first. Blue Girl like freaked me out because I didn't know that cartoons can have sex. I thought, like, is this even legal? You know. So when I first saw Blue Girl, it freaked me out because I didn't think cartoons was allowed to do that. And then once I got to high school, my cousin had introduced me to Bible Black, and I saw Fuda for the first time. And that freaked me the fuck out. I'd say, yo, turn that shit off. Like, because it just freaked me out. Because I didn't, dude, it was just weird. I don't know how Mario Kart 9 can top the Switch 2. I think it will. It's going to be a Switch 2 seller. It's going to be a Switch 2. That's going to sell the Nintendo Switch 2. Now, I'll give you a perfect example. This is what I'm talking about. If Mario Kart 9 happens to be a launch title, right? And then they announced that it's not only going to launch on Nintendo Switch 2, it's also going to come to Steam. You know how much sales they would lose because of that for the Switch 2 hardware? Because of that, people who have a Steam Deck, people who have the PC, they will buy the game. They will buy the game on there and then play it on their Steam Deck. They wouldn't need the Switch 2. If I recall, Bio Black was his first hit. No. Bio Black wasn't my first hit time. It's Blue Girl. Blue Girl was my first hentai, and then it was Bible Black. Let's see. People buy Nintendo platform for Nintendo games. First and foremost, people buy PlayStation and Xbox primarily for multi-plats. This is why Xbox going third party isn't a big deal. Steam had $9 billion profit. And version Nintendo $11 billion, pretty similar. I don't know why you wouldn't want to at least try to tap into Mario. They already have games on. Yeah, see, you notice, but they're generic games, like games that no one gives a shit about. Like they had Mario Kart on the, and didn't they shut that down? And I think didn't they have an Animal Crossing or a Fire Emblem on the phones? And they ended up shutting that shit down. Like they didn't really do good, but sorry, that's Nintendo's revenue. I don't know how much actually profit. Okay, Landon. Ola. Oh, what's up, Rowan? Well, I used to play Mugen long ago. Nowadays, I animate with Mugen sprites like I'm doing right now. Awesome. Type 90 ruined it for me, by the way. Night Bible Black. Let's see. Yeah, I don't look that up, kids. They said don't look that up, kids, please. Vinzinger says, indeed, since variety an easier entry point is one of the reasons why anime is and manga is dominant. Yeah, it's very it's versatile. You know, there's so many ways you can enter that space with manga and anime compared to the Western stuff. I'm tired of multiverses with comics. Yeah, a lot of people are. I think the MCU really fucked that up the most. Yeah, comics are inconsistent, and they retcon too much and change character origins and stories. Because the reason why they change origins of characters and stories so much is because Stan Lee and a lot of Jack Kirby and a lot of these people back then, around like World War II and all this other type of stuff, they didn't imagine that Batman, they didn't imagine that Captain America or Spider-Man, Iron Man, Green Lantern, or in the Eternals. They didn't imagine if any of these characters would survive the test of time. They never imagined this, right? So now that these characters has been cemented in pop culture history, these characters have a long history. They last forever. You know what I'm saying? They survive the test of time. So what happens is they figure that we have to shake something up. You know what I'm saying? How long can Spider-Man stay the same age? How long can he stay in a relationship with Mary Jane? You know what I'm saying? Before it gets monotonous, repetitive, and you would have to put the character to its end. You have to put this character to sleep. But no, you want to make money, right? So you always have to keep reinventing the character to keep the character interesting and all kinds of stuff. And then now we got into this woke culture. They got a hold of it and started changing a lot of things. But these characters stood the test of time. The difference with manga and stuff is like these characters has an arc. Once they get to their arc and reach the end, that's it. That's it for the series. But that series survived the test of time. And why did the series survive the test of time? Because even though the manga may be over, at some point it eventually gets to anime, and now people are reintroduced to this, to a long-standing or to a legacy manga that people probably would have never known exists until they watch the anime, and now they want to go back and read the manga. Now that manga that's already ended for years, it now has become popular and resurfaced once again and stuff. So with Marvel and DC and Western comics, they don't know how to put their characters to sleep or put it to rest. Like, this is the end of this character, or this is the end of this series. That's it. Look at Dragon Ball. I mean, they revived it with Dragon Ball Super, which I was happy at first, but Dragon Ball Super is just ass or whatever like that. That's fan fiction. That's the definition of fan fiction. But anyway, yes, once a lot of anime series ends, that's it. That's their legacy. And you can always go back and watch it. And what they do is they'll remaster it so many times and stuff like that, reintroduce it to a new audience, but it's the same anime. It's the same anime over and over again. And that's why Dragon Ball, that's why Naruto and One Piece and all this other type of stuff capture the hearts of so many people and stuff, and you look at Fist of the North Star, and people love that as well. It's old, but people still love it to this day. Only thing that Western comics has not been consistent on is the sex appeal. Bring back sexy Western characters. I think that's going to come back soon enough. I think that will come back sooner than we think, guys. Moving, what do you think of PSN outage over the weekend? Yeah, I talked about it already. It's why people want to the next console to be physical only. I don't really have much to say about it because I wasn't playing any. I haven't touched my PS5 this year at all yet. I didn't like last time I played my PS5 was in November. No, not even November, October. That was the last time I played my PS5 or whatever. So yeah, man. We've seen this before with the PS3 hack and PSN was down and stuff like that. Yeah, there's a lot to learn. You said the mic sounds a bit painful. Was it too loud? Let me see. Oh my god. Is it doing that again? Is it doing that? Hello? Oh crap. Hold up, guys. It's doing this shit again. Testing. Let me see. All right, it should be back. Is it back? I'm playing Eastern games. Let's not forget, majority of anime adaptation are more in tune with the manga it's based on. Yo, what's up, Talcum? It's not good enough. There was shrinkage. Yeah, outrage is going too far. Such a stupid hill to die on for fan service. Okay. You said while movies are based on comic books are mostly less in tone with the source material based on something filmmakers used to instill their own visions and become filmmakers in their own thing. It's like they search for what can rage them, yet too much nitpicking. Yeah, they dumb down the female characters too much. I love Ivy from Soul Calibur, and I'm worried that she may be nerfed if they make a new game. I don't know if they like right now the culture shift is happening, so I don't know. We will have to wait and see how they all turn out. I don't even think the nerfing the female characters in Soul Calibur you did the game. To be honest, I don't know what got people to not play it, despite the hype from the FGC. Yeah, 2080 super on my end MSC. Okay. I want to ask if you heard something called no, never heard of it. Nope, never heard of it. Your movies are part of their own movie universe. It's not physical, which means they can take it away, just like the X-Men arcade game. I rather focus on making my own entertainment. Yep, just like how I did, working on my own entertainment. I want to ask, how do you feel about a shared universe with superhero stories, battle royale stories, giant robot stories, kaiju's, and serial killer anthologies? Well, I mean, even in my Venus Orion comic universe, man, I'm not shit. I'm about to fall into a trap and spoil shit. But man, my shared universe is gonna have a variety of stuff. I mean, like I said, See on the Die Star Champion is pretty. It's a fantasy, but it's also a battle royale type of fantasy story. That's in the Venus Orion comics universe. And then you got VK, got Van is about vampire hunters and stuff like that. So I have a lot of sci-fi that's going to be in my universe. I don't want to spoil it, but yes, I'm gonna have a variety of stuff in Venus Orion Comics universe. That's all in the same shared space, Depending if the game gets good specs, and then the Steam. I want to ask, what's your favorite Green Lantern? My favorite Green Lantern would be I will have two Green Lanterns that I like, Hal Jordan and John Stewart. But the Switch 2 can just add four fake frames for every frame, so every game can run it in the Steam Deck won't. Let's see. Imagine Metroid Prime 4 on Steam Deck. That's more powerful than Switch 2. I wouldn't listen to the fan base anymore. Just make a light novel or a manga or a comic book. Bro, I just saw that you have never played Stella. Yeah. Easy, one of the best. Yeah, I love Tactics games, bro. I'm kind of mad that I'm just finding out about it. And I got a PS2. I got a lot of PS2 games. But I never ever heard of that game. Like that was the wonders. Let me tell you something. That was the wonders. We was eating a long time ago. That's why I missed the 90s and early 2000s, because especially in the PS2, GameCube, and the Xbox, original Xbox era, we were eating so good. In the Dreamcast era, we were eating so good because there were so many games. There were so many different games out there that even when you thought you played them all, you didn't play them all. And that game is a perfect example of that. Perfect, perfect example of how good we had it as gamers and of that generation. Every day felt every week there was a new game coming out, and you couldn't play them all. You just couldn't play them all. So you really owe it yourself to play it. I wish there's a way I can play it. I would love to play it, dude. I can't remember my first that shit stuck with me. Your favorite part about your favorite part about these question and answer videos? You asking the question about a question and answer video. I don't know. The question that you asked me, you asked me. I guess I enjoy every bit of it. Just chilling with you guys and answering questions and stuff. You get to know more about me and everything. The big two, DC and Marvel, weren't woke. Which of them would you like the most? He said. Which he said if the big two weren't woke, which one you like the most? That's a good question. Let me. All right, that's a good question. Well, when I grew growing up, um, especially reading back then, I would say this: I knew more because my dad is a comic book reader. He collected both Marvel and DC, but he's more of a Marvel fan. So growing up, sitting underneath my dad, I read more Marvel comics. And when it came to DC, the only ones that I knew of the only DC characters I really knew the most was like was the Foundation, Batman, the Trinity, Batman, Superman, Wonder Woman, of course. Then of course you got Aquaman, and Green Lantern and the Flash. They were the only ones that I knew from DC. I only knew things around the realms of those characters. But when it came to Marvel, I knew so much about Marvel from Spider-Man, that's the Spider-Man, Hulk, Ghost Rider, Fantastic Four, Eternals, Guardians of the Galaxy, Luke Cage, Iron Fist. We had what was the other one? What's the chick name with that was that Danny Rand used to date, the black chick with the afro. I can't remember her name. But yeah, her, I like it was so many characters that I knew, so many series, Iron Man and Captain America and Thor and Hawkeye, Black Widow, all these other characters I knew because of my dad. So I guess you would say I would like the Marvel at first, but then once the DC cartoons started coming out, Batman the animated series, you know what I'm saying? We started getting a lot of the animated features, Justice League, and then the animated movies. Then I started becoming more of a DC fan, and because of those movies or because of those cartoon films, it made me start, especially Justice League. Justice League taught me a lot about DC characters. There was a lot of characters I knew nothing about, like the Question, you know what I'm saying? Black Canary. I was because my dad wasn't really heavily into DC like that. So no, he was in like how to say it, like he didn't go deeper into DC or whatever. But then when I started seeing DC stories, man, a lot of DC stories were like really, really good, and they were very, very dark. So I don't know, man. It's kind of hard to choose which one I would like better. You know what I'm saying? Like if anything, I probably would go to DC a little bit more because of their dark, very, very dark stories. And very, very, even though Marvel got some dark stories, but DC has some dark and very mature stories. Like I have give me a second, guys. I gotta find it. One second. I'm still looking, guys. Hold up. Here we go. Here we go. I found it. Bro. Batman Under the Hood. Oh my fucking god. This story blew my mind. So that's when they finally did Under the Red Hood on the animated film, even though it wasn't nowhere near the comic, it was still fucking good. This would make me get deeper into DC and want to know about other characters within the DC universe. Under the Hood was awesome. And then because my white friend, my boy Dante, he was the one that got me into these books. Batman, Hush, this was fucking good. Then he introduced me to Watchmen. I was falling in love with a lot of the DC properties because he got me into them, and I started buying these books and stuff like that. Really, really, really good books. Also, I also and then I try. I wanted to get into a Sonic comic book because everybody talks about how good Sonic books are. A lot of people talk about how good they are. So I wanted to get the Sonic book, and it's by IDW. And I would say this: it's interesting. I love the artwork and stuff. It's interesting, but what I'm upset about is, man, that this dude, the moment I got the book and started reading it, the pages started falling out. They just instantly started falling out. The and how the papers feel, I don't know, man. I think this wasn't put together well. The book, like not the story. I'm talking about like the book itself, like the type of binding of the papers and stuff. But I wanted to get into Sonic. To get into Sonic comics because everybody keeps talking about how good Sonic comic books are. I wanted to get into it. This story wasn't too bad. This is like a reboot because of the whole thing with IDW or whatever that was going on. So they rebooted the entire series and stuff. So I don't know. This wasn't bad. But I would have to get more in order to follow this or whatever. So um yeah, so that's that. When it comes to enhanced backwards compatibility with Switch 1, Nintendo should have just went with 3D emulation rendering for the Switch 2. Okay. What's up, Jacob? What's going on? Just writing a love triangle with two women. I have an idea that I want to share with you. How do I contact you? Just contact me on X. I know you left a I know you commented on one of my X posts. Just send me a message on X. Or you can just go to you can just contact me. I got my email on my YouTube channel. Go to the about page and you can find my email address. You can just email me as well if you want to do that. Dragon Ball Super felt more like it was made by the company than Toriyama himself. Yeah, dude. Like I said, man, it was fan fiction, man. It was it felt it was a corporate product. It to sell toys and sell new video games and stuff. That's all that was. Does PSN situation affect PS4 and PS3? I have no idea, bro. The chat is backed up, by the way. Yeah. I have completed another manuscript. What's good? Place to find a decent professional editor. It's I don't know. I would use AI like Chat GPT and stuff like that too. When it comes to like editing your your documents and stuff like that and proofreading and stuff. Let's see. Damn it, Mugen in chat got me considering an interest in RPG. I just don't like turn based. I love turn based, man. Missy Knight. How can you forget Missy Knight? Yeah, yeah. I couldn't remember that damn name. Yeah, yeah. I could not remember that fucking name because it was at the tip of my tongue. Gotta admit, they did my good in Street Fighter 6. Yeah, they did really good with her. They did some justice. I want to ask, how do you feel about fantasy worlds that are inspired by cultures outside of medieval European cultures? I mean, if it's done really good, like I said, as long as it's interesting, man. If you can just pull me in, and all I care about is being entertained. If you can entertain me and you can keep me locked in, and it doesn't have to be philosophical. Like I'm a type of person where a story or a world or whatever you're creating doesn't have to be like super philosophical. It just has to be entertaining enough to where the point I give a shit. If you can make me give a shit, I'm on board. It don't take much. That's all I ask for. My first comic was Justice League. Which culture do you like to see fantasy worlds be based on? That's a good question. I don't know. I don't really dive into other people's cultures like that. So I'll just look at other cultures that did want to know what type of culture I want to see. For me, I lean more into DC. I grew up on DC cartoons, animated films. The Red Hood animated movie is my favorite DC, animated or not. Yo, what's up, Captain Brad? Yo, what's up, XL? Uncut HBO Spawn animated series is so far the best adaptation to time and flying. Like I never really watched it. I can't get into Spawn. Like Spawn, he's a badass design, but like his world, I don't care for. I don't know. It's something about Spawn. I just can't get into him. I can't get into Spawn. I just like him as a character. I just like the character. I don't care about the world. I don't care about his world and universe at all. I just care about his character. I don't really care much about Spawn. I just can't get into him. You just leave. Missy Knight's obscure heroine. Yeah, if you're looking for a good JRPG, I highly suggest Trails franchise. Everybody suggested Trails. I told everybody that in order for me to play Trails, I would have to clear a lot of my backlog first. Trails, because I don't want to play a Trails game and then take a break and play something else. I like to play them back to back, a good portion of them, and that's going to require my time. And so I will try the Trail series at some point. I bet if you saw Missy Knight, too, you remember her name. This guy. I'm I'm a my way kind of guy. I say make whatever you like. If it's entertaining, go for it. My first comic was Avengers: The Breaking Strand in '86. That sounds so familiar. I grew up with DCAU, but it's not a long time I watched those movies. Yeah, Under the Red Hood, Justice League War, um, and Justice League Crisis. Justice League Crisis. And what was it? The Wonder Woman movie, animated film. Oh man, like I said, man, they back then they were and Flashpoint was pretty good too. They made some good films back, animated films back then, and I don't know what the fuck they're doing now. I really don't. I really don't know what they're like. What the fuck they call themselves doing? When it comes to that. But yeah, man, I collected a lot of comic books, man. Just recently I had let me see, 1 second, guys. Just recently I had got it came in the mail. Yeah, so just recently, I got Cyber Frog that came in. It came in the mail over the weekend. So when I get a chance, sometime this week, I'm gonna open it up and give Ethan Van Sciver's Cyber Frog a try and read that. Um, Also, as I said before, I gotta get the next volume of Alita Battle Angel. I fell in love with this. The movie, I saw the movie first because I never even heard of Alita Battle Angel until the movie. Fell in love with the movie. Then found out it was an old anime back in like the late 80s, early 90s or something like that. Watched that, and then I was like, I gotta get the book. I gotta get the manga. So I gotta get volume 2 to follow the story even farther. I love this. I'm in love with Alita Battle Angel. Um, and then of course, I got 1 second, guys. I got you. Then of course, put this here. Yeah, cool. We can talk about a bit about comics and stuff too, since I'm really getting into it and everything. So yeah. So also, of course, if you guys don't know, I also had got the yo, what's up? You said, yo, Mugen, did you read manga in the 90s? Nope, never read manga in the 90s. Never even touched manga at all. I don't even read manga. Like I tried manga because when I first got introduced to manga itself, and I found out that it's in black and white. So where's the color at? I was like, where's the fucking color? And then I found out you had to read from the right onto the left. I was like, oh god, I don't know, man. I don't fucking know. Um, but yeah, so that was that. I'm trying to get into it. Earth's Mightiest Heroes is good too. But yeah, I had got, of course, Common America. As I said before, this is volume 1. That you have colorized manga releases later on. Yeah, yeah. I got I do got Common America, Stars and Stripe. This is like the special edition that I got of the book. What can I say? Um, I'll have to try more volumes because volume 1 it was okay. This was an okay book. And I think because I'm saying the reason why I'm saying it's okay from what I read with volume 1 is the simple fact is that there was so many people who were like really selling it to me, saying like, yo, this is a really good series. Like Mugen Lord, you really need to read this. You really need to read this. It's really good, really good. So a lot of people like oversold it to me, got me like super excited. And then, like I said, I'm like, I seen the characters before I knew it was a book, like because I see so much fan art. I've been seeing action figures. I've been seeing all kinds of stuff of Common America. But then once you guys started coming to me on X and many other places and stuff, was telling me that you really need to check out Common America. So I end up picking this up, volume 1. I'm gonna get volume 2. But when I got it and started reading it, it's not bad, but it's not what because of the hype that everybody kept, hyping it up. Um, it just to show you, the artwork is my daughter loves the artwork. It's cute and stuff like that. And everything. but yeah, it didn't really draw me in. I mean, the chicks are hot. I mean, it has that going for it and everything. But what I do like about it is how it opens up. How What I do like about it is how it opens up. You have the main protagonist, she's trying to do what the boys do because her teacher and everybody been, trying to teach her, trying to say that, girls can do what guys do. You know what I'm saying? Like guys and girls are the same and stuff like that. So she tried to play baseball and she's not really into baseball. She's not really good at it and stuff. So she's been like brainwashed, or she's been told to do boyish type things to be considered equal, or seeing, seen a certain way. You know what I'm saying? So it's kind of like that messaging, that kind of rhetoric. And then what happens is she has a father, she has parents and stuff. Her father was pretty much telling her to be herself. She don't want to play baseball. She don't want to do boy stuff or whatever like that. She's a girl. She's a girl. She's a girly girl. She's into fashion and stuff like that. So she pretty much grows up and she really gets into she gets into fashion. She gets into fashion and stuff like that. She makes the different outfits for the military and all this other type of stuff. But she gets into like a military accident, kind of like, remember how Tony Stark's got into an accident in the movie in the MCU where Tony Stark's got into the van, the military Humvee, and then he got attacked and stuff and he got injured. That kind of like happened to her, where she got injured and then she ends up getting her powers and everything. And the crazy part about it is, which I kind of find kind of like, how can I say it? She wakes up at Area 51. Once she discovers that she has powers, Area 51 lets her go. Area 51 just lets her go. You would think that Area 51, they say, hey, you could make some good money. You could work for us. And she said, no, I don't want to do that. Okay, well, here, take her card if you're interested or something. They just let her go. She gets powers. She's in Area 51 and they just let her go. So I was like, okay, that's kind of funny. So yeah, then you get this one part where her friend picks her up, right? And it was this interesting conversation where I'm gonna try to find. Yeah, here we go. So her and her friend gets into this conversation on this page, right? Which was interesting. So she pretty much said, she talks to her friend. So her friend asked her, so how was your coma? She said, fine, I guess. Why so glum? And she says, I don't know. I just feel sort of lost. She said, I wasn't happy with the gigs my agent was getting me. And yet I just turned down a plush offer from those army guys. I know I want to design clothes, but that's not enough. And I don't know what else I want to do. And then that's when her friend, her scientist friend says, most people would envy your problems. At least you always knew what you wanted to be. That's why Miss Wormy never picked on you. And she says, that's because I wanted to be a geologist. She was all about the science. Told me to grow up, get the degree, and break that glass ceiling like it was still 1955 or something. My graduating class was 75% women, right? At the lab, I have one male coworker, and he's a total fruitcake. Some glass ceiling. So they pretty like this book makes fun of the wokeness and stuff like that. So she's pretty much saying that, yo, I was told that we could break the glass ceiling. Now 75% of chicks have graduated. Now they're in the science, and there's only one male. There's only one male where she's at, and this dude is a beta male, pretty much. You know what I'm saying? So I think this is a thing. I think since this thing is like a culture, kind of almost like a culture war type of book, and it pokes fun at a lot of wokeness, I think that's another reason why it gravitates to a certain crowd and stuff. But yeah, there was a lot of time skips, and montages and everything like that. So it was kind of moving kind of too fast or whatever like that. And so I wanted to soak it in, soak her character a bit more and know more about her and stuff. But she ran across this villain, who's a Russian chick, and she has like fire abilities, kind of similar to how she has the lightning, she has fire. She gets her ass kicked by the Russian chick, but then you find out that this Russian chick, she's feminine too. Like, she designed her outfit, so they found something in common with each other. She likes to design clothes. So yeah, man. It was okay. It was okay. They became friends. So I'm gonna keep going to see where it picks up because everybody keep telling me like, yo, this is really, really good. This is really, really phenomenal. And stuff like that. The comments are dying because activists treated it. He said, do you have any thoughts about men having low standards when dating women? For example, one of my friends exclusively dates fat chicks, single moms, and black women because they say they're easy. Yeah, well, that type of guy, that type of guy, he's a low value dude. Because what he's pretty much saying is that he doesn't want to level up to be a man of value. So what he does is instead of him putting in that work to get the type of woman that he really want, instead he just fuck with fat chicks because it's easier. He only fucks with what you say, single moms because it's easier, and only fuck with black women because it's easier to do that. Cause so he doesn't have to improve or level himself up to get the quality woman that he wants, and that's settling. Like guys like that, he's a low value dude. That's the problem with overselling. Yeah. So my audience oversold me with this book. I'm not saying it's a bad book. I'm going to give it a chance. I'm going to buy more volumes to see where it picks up, like to see what everybody's telling me about this book or what like that. It wasn't bad, but it wasn't like awesome like how everybody was telling me. So I want to have to wait and see and read the next volume and stuff. So also, let me open this up. I'm also going to do reviews, but you guys get to hear my opinion first on this chat on this stream. He's a King of Blades. I like fat girls. They got to be able to run though. Boom. Comments. Said I'm buying this now. Comics are the staying in the industry. This is why I stay away from. It sounds like a slice of life, which I find a bit boring. The art does look nice. Yeah, slice of life, but no superhero stuff that goes into it and stuff. But and then of course I got Eric July's Rippaverse stuff. I got Gooding. I got the Horseman. I got Yaira. And then I did get the Rippazine. I did get that. You guys want to hear my thoughts on this? The Rippaverse stuff? Because I will do a review on this, but there will be videos of its own, but you guys get the chance to hear my opinions on a lot of this stuff. Like I said, when it comes to Eric July, man, like I really respect what he has done. For the fact is that this man went out and pursued a dream. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like he went out and he wanted to do something. He wanted to bet on himself. And he definitely did that. He went out, started a comic book company, and he built an audience for himself, you know. So now he has Rippaverse fans, everything like that. And the time that he announced the Rippaverse, I was already working on Venus Orion comics and stuff. And from that point on, I said to myself, let me watch what he does since he's pretty much in the same ballpark. He's me and him's in the same position. We just starting out, you know, doing starting our own comic book companies and stuff like that. He's a comic book writer and author, and I'm also a comic book writer and author. So I said this is a perfect time for me to learn certain things, like the do's and the don'ts within the indie comic space and just starting a comic book company in general. So this is a perfect case study for me and everything. So I respect a lot of things that he has done. But the issue comes in is when a lot of the drama that surrounds the Rippaverse and comments gates and all that other type of stuff, which kind of made it kind of polarizing for me because of how both sides constantly go back and forth with one another. And it got to the like I said before, when I wanted to dive into the Rippaverse itself, I wanted to see what people who actually bought ISOM and what they thought about it and everything. So the problem that I had when it came to ISOM was the fact is that when it first came out, especially when the first ISOM 1 and 2 came out, it was kind of hard to get an objective feel of what people thought of ISOM. It really was hard because when I look up reviews, especially a long time ago when ISOM first came out, especially when the first two volumes first came first two books came out, this is what you had. You had people who like overly sells ISOM and overly sells the book, saying that it's the next best thing. It's better than what Marvel is doing. It's better than what DC is doing, right? And then the other side, you got the detractor side, where they can't stand the book is garbage, and they can't stand Eric. So there was no objective. You like what I found was you had super fans that like anything that Eric puts out, they like it, they enjoy it. And then I started looking for people that I thought were like trustful people as well. Remember, this is before I got into the beef with John Della Rose. So I went to John Della Rose review, and once he said that the book was great. He said that Eric's writing is on the same, like him and Eric's writing is the same and stuff like that, which people were saying that was bullshit in the comics and stuff. People were saying that his writing was much better than Eric's writing and stuff and everything. So a lot of people, so during this time when Eric was when ISOM made about 3.6 or 3.7 million, there was something, people who were making comics or whatever like that, there was something, a lot of people I would feel was like a lot of people were kissing up to Eric as well, because people who got comic books started, I would say have their alliance or allegiance to Eric, is because they think if I align myself with Eric, if I have a comic book and I align myself with Eric, then I can get a piece of his audience. And that's the thing that I don't like that was going on within this space, where I believe that Eric has a lot of people who aren't really his friends. They're only around him is because they also want to benefit off of him because of the money that he made and stuff like that. So then now you have a lot of yes men that are around Eric or whatever like that, because they want to protect Eric, because hopefully if they someday launch a comic book of their own, Eric would go out and help them out so they can make $1 million and stuff like that. And that's how I seen it and stuff. I mean, I could be wrong, but that's how, when I was looking at the drama played through, I think there's a lot of disingenuous people that's in Eric's corner, that doesn't really have his best interest at heart, and they only looking to benefit off of him, because now all of a sudden everybody wants to do a comic book that hangs around him now or whatever like that. And they're thinking they can get some of that audience, and I think that those people will leave Eric out cold, leave him out to dry the moment shit hits the fan. Like if things start looking bad for Eric, for Rippaverse and stuff like that, I think they'll be the first to throw him under the bus. When the time comes, if that ever happens and stuff like that. So that's the only, I really feel bad for Eric, because I really believe that there's a lot of people that's using Eric, or that's only around him because they think they can benefit by aligning themselves with him. And that's why I don't like this culture war space. It's a similar thing. A lot of people are only hanging around certain people and ignore some of the fuckery that some of these people do within the space, because they want their audience, because their audience it converts into money. And that's why I think that I see when it comes to this. Raise your voices 7 octaves. Oh man, thanks for the super chat. ISM is but it can be better. So speaking of which, Spriggan is an underrated manga, and I definitely gotta check that out. So yes, so that's why I say, you know what, I'm gonna skip on ISOM. And I like when I see ISOM, I don't know how I was getting like a mixed signal from ISOM, because for one, I'm like, is he like Luke Cage, or is he? And then when you see the covers where him fighting, or you see him, you always see like the covers with him, with Alpha Core going after him on one of the covers. So I was like, okay, he's fighting characters that's like Superman and stuff. So is he on that level, or is he like Luke Cage? Because when you see like the villains that he's fighting, like Club, like what's his name? What's the guy name? Fontano. What's his name? Something Fontano. He's just like a drug. He's like a drug kingpin. He's like a drug dealer that owns a club. So I'm like, okay, so is he more like a street level, Luke Cage, or is he more like a heavy hitter like Superman in them? Because he's fighting Alpha Core, as you see on the cover. He doesn't fight Alpha Core, but the cover shows him fighting Alpha Core. You know what I'm saying? So it's kind of like giving me a mixed signal. So I was like, okay, I'll probably just wait on ISOM. I'll just wait for the next book, which was Yaira, because I'm not sure if let me see. He said there was a dude named writes, is it possible to track there? Let's see. So looking at you, Grums. 1 second, guy. I link you something in Discord. Okay, I got you. Yeah, so I'm not sure if this Eric did this on purpose, but I think Yaira was marketed really, really well. Because I'm gonna be honest with you, man. Like, when it comes to Yaira, I was the most hyped for Yaira is because in all the advertisement, you always seeing Yaira kicking ass. You know, she's stepping up against Alpha Core, and she's even beating Isam's ass. And what's so sad, the thing about what's so funny about Isam, what makes me resonate, or what makes me recognize Isam as a character is him falling on that car where Yaira gripped him up and throws him on the car. That's the only thing I associate with Isam, him getting fucked up by Yaira. And then when the Yaira trailer came out, the live action trailer came out, I was actually excited seeing the scene in live action of Isam hitting the car. And for Isam to be the star character that's supposed to kick off the universe, this dude has been getting fucked up. In a lot of advertisement is always him getting his ass kicked. More like especially when it comes to when it comes to Yaira. So I was really looking forward to Yaira. So I said, you know what? Whenever he drops the Yaira book, I'm going to pick up Yaira. You know. Let me say. So you don't like? Let me see. I prefer the OVA not because of the action, but because reasons. So you don't like werewolves? In VK, there's gonna be werewolves in VK. So Sprigging Girl. Oh, thanks for the super chat. So do you have a favorite comedian? I like comedians, but I do have a favorite. Mine would be like a lot of mainstream, like Dave Chappelle. I do like Chris Rock. I do like Bill Burr. But I'm not really deep into the culture. Yeah, well, so okay, so the first book that I did get was oh, let me see. Oh, this is funny. He said, why does Yaira hate Isam? This is the funny thing. All right, let me explain that for a second. She doesn't hate Isam. If you read Isam's book, what happens is Isam goes into Faltino's club looking for this chick named Jasmine that Isam's sister told him to go look for. Isam goes into the club asking for the girl. Faltino, him and Faltino gets into a heated discussion, and he sends one of his bouncers to pretty much throw Isam out. So Isam and the bouncer get to fighting. The bouncer, I can't remember his fucking name, but the bouncer is also an X-set like Isam. They got powers, but in Isam they don't explain what in Isam they don't really explain what an X-set is. We still don't know what an X-set actually is. And so you have to wait for the War of Separation book. I guess that they'll probably tell us what an X-set is, but we still don't know what an X-set is. We don't know what Isam is capable of. We really don't. We don't know much about him. So he fights the bouncer. The bouncer beats Isam ass. I mean, he beats his ass. Then he takes that nigga, grab him by his hoodie, and throw him the fuck out of the club. So check this out. He throws Isam's out of the club. What is the chances? He throws him out. Now, he throws him miles away. He pretty much take Isam and throw his ass miles away from the club. So when he gets thrown out of the club, he just so happened to fall into Yaira at the same time. So coincidentally, Yaira was getting thrown by Alpha Core, and Isam was getting thrown by the bouncer, and they just clashed into each other. So when they clashed into each other, Yaira turns around and somehow think that Isam is part of Alpha Core or something like that, and trying to detain her. And Isam tells Yaira, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. And I don't know why she would believe that, since he doesn't have a uniform on. So I don't know why she would think that. But yeah, she start attacking Isam. And Isam is not really fighting her back. He's blocking her, but she's beating his ass. She picks him up, grab him by the collar, and then just drop him, and he falls and hit the car. So it said, did Isam and Yaira date? No, they didn't date. Who would win? Storm versus Aquaman? I think Storm would win. Storm is pretty much like a goddess. Yo, what's up, Rocky? What's going on? werewolves are awesome, but it's because the main character is so hot. I want to ask if you're familiar with the classic Universal monster movies. If so, what you read? Nah, I don't really care about the monster universe stuff. It's Isam. So Isam got his chocolate and Yaira peanut butter. There's a lot of potential, but you have IBS. So yes, so yeah, so she gets her he gets his ass kicked by Yaira. Yaira kicks his ass or whatever. So yes, so yes, so now here's Yaira, right? I got the Yaira book. Now the thing that really gets me about Yaira's design, because the way she was marketed, she she kind of reminds me of like a Wonder Woman, because she's flying around. She seems like super strong. You didn't really see her powers because she's just fucking up Isom. So when we finally get a chance to actually see what Yaira is capable of, you find out that she has ice powers. Now, that's what really confused me about Yaira, because she didn't look like a character that would have ice, because the way she was portrayed in the Isom book, she didn't seem like a character that would have ice. And if you don't know anything about me, I don't really like ice powers. I don't think ice powers are interesting, which is why, like, to me, Iceman was never an interesting character to me in X-Men and stuff like that. So after seeing Yaira, and plus Yaira in the comics didn't have this outfit. She was just a white chick with leggings, and she's wearing a sweat hoodie and shit like that, and beating Ison's ass. So when we finally get a chance to get a glimpse of Yaira and what she's capable of, we find out that she has ice powers. I'm like, she got ice powers. So I'm not into ice powers at all. So it kind of threw me off as far as that's concerned, because she didn't seem like a character the way she's designed. She didn't seem like she was designed to be an ice character the way she was portrayed. And then even down to her outfit, it doesn't give me like an ice feel to it. It doesn't have an ice feel to it. You know what I'm saying? So so I decided I wanted to jump into the Yaira, jump into the universe, the Rippaverse, with Yaira. And wait 1 second. Let's see. Comic-Con is coming back to my hometown in Indianapolis. Anything too bad. I'm gonna miss the biggest party of all time. Yeah, so I said, okay, I'm gonna dive into Yaira. I'm gonna dive into Yaira. To get into the universe, the Rippaverse, I'm gonna first start with Yaira. So I bought Yaira, and I didn't like the book. I didn't like Yaira at all. I did not like it. The book had potential. I give it that. For me, I think it's like 98 pages. And with these 98 pages, a lot of it felt like filler. I felt as though that they could have cut a lot of this out. I think the most disappointing part about Yaira is the villains, because there's 3 villains, and these 3 villains actually comes from her universe. We couldn't find out that she's not from this universe. So these are the 3 villains right here. This chick, she's supposed to be a queen. She's a queen from where she comes from. Now the thing that confuses me is, if she's supposed to be the queen, right? Why would they send their queen of their world to go after Yaira? Why would they send their queen? Why would they send their royalty out there, of anything? And in fact, I think what they should have did was they should have built her up to be the big bad that Yaira will eventually fight at some point. But this woman, this queen chick, she can't stand Yaira, because Yaira has she's pretty much, I would say, she pretty much had disrespected the code of their people and shit like that. She's pretty much an outlaw at this point, because Yaira was sent to planet Earth to look for Neptune or something like that, right? So there's gonna be a campaign for all my chapters. Going to have campaigns. So yes, there will be a campaign for chapter 2 of VK. Well, I'll talk about that in a second. So are you saying that Yaira's outfit isn't, wait for it, cool? I'm more of a fire-based power type, like Fantastic Four characters like Torch and stuff. So yes, so you have these 3 villains. You have the queen, and you have these 2 other characters that's with the queen. Yaira was sent. So the interesting part was that like I said, this book had potential. Is because I thought that Yaira was an except from planet Earth. I thought she was from Earth. But then we found out that these 3 characters come from another dimension, and Yaira was on a mission to look for Neptune, and things happen. So now the queen and these 2 other characters that's from her world, they come over, and now they trying to go after Yaira. They want because they said she went against their laws or something like that. So I said, oh man, this is interesting. She's not from Earth, so she's technically not an exet. She's from another dimension or another world. This is interesting. I want to know more about this. And this is where I got disappointed. The 3 villains were like, they weren't good villains. Like, this was a perfect time to introduce us to the world that Yaira comes from, but they didn't elaborate on any of that. The queen has a hard on for Yaira. She wants to beat Yaira's ass. She wants Yaira dead. So the whole book is always talking about how Yaira disgraced their people and shit like that, and she has to be taken in. That's all she talks about. But we don't get any other context other than that. This was a perfect time for us to explore the world that Yaira had come from. I want to know about their religion. I want to learn about their culture, what the world looks like, and why they hate her. I want to know at least a little bit of something of why she has a hard on and wants to destroy Yaira, right? So then Yaira runs into the queen, and also runs into the other 2 characters, which is the bug guy. When she meets the bug guy, right? She said, hey, she pretty much was, to paraphrase, she seen the bug guy and said, oh, this is an old friend of mine's, or something like that, that she knows this guy. Now, the thing is, now that the reader knows that she knows this guy, she has some type of friendship or companionship with this bug guy. It goes no farther than that. We just know that she knows him, but to what extent? So now Yaira don't want to fight him, but she's going to fight him. And the thing is, the bug guy doesn't really elaborate his relationship or companionship that he had with Yaira when they were back in their world. You know what I'm saying? So there was no explanation. There was no depth to the villains, which was upsetting me because, yo, this is a missed opportunity here. You know, so we didn't really get any type of depth with the villain. And then when Yaira finally kills them, that was it. That was it for those villains. Like, I didn't really care for their loss or anything because there was really no investment. They were just evil. They were just evil for the sake of being evil. There was no depth to the villains. And then another thing that got me with this book is this chick. What's her name? Stefania. I think that's her name, Stefania. I read this months ago. I read it once. I didn't read it more than once. I only read it once. This chick right here, with the bald shaved head. She has like that SJW haircut and shit like that. So Yaira is about to kick her ass. Yaira's literally about to kill her. Yaira runs into her and literally is about to beat her ass, right? And then all of a sudden, this chick's power activates. Now she has ice powers, right? So when her powers activate, it alerted those 3 villains. So Yaira's literally about to kill this chick. So then when the 3 villains showed up, Yaira started fighting the 3 villains. So the Stefania girl, whatever her name is, she escapes. She gets away. So now Yaira, which was kind of crazy, Yaira, she gets to like this oil rig or this oil field. Yaira literally says, don't fuck with Texas, right? And then she blows up this oil rig, right? Blowing up that oil rig, she pretty much fucked up the economy, and she injured people. Like, she literally injured people by blowing up that oil rig. So I'm like, is she a hero or is she a villain? So that was kind of weird. That was kind of weird. Why would she do something like that? And she said, "Don't fuck with Texas," but she blows up a Texan oil rig. So I don't know. That's for her to escape. Now check this out. Now all of a sudden she goes into a senior citizen home. She goes into a senior citizen home and she meets this old Hispanic woman. And when she talks to the old Hispanic woman, it feels like she already had a previous relationship with this woman, because she talks to this woman like she knows this woman, and then come to find out that this old woman is the grandmother to the girl that Yaira was about to kill. So we don't get no explanation of why Yaira goes to this place to talk with this woman, because what it appears is she just met this woman, but their conversations seem as though that they have a relationship, like a mother-daughter type relationship, you know, that they, like they know each other already. Then she promises the old woman that she will find Stefania. So like, wait a minute, you just tried to kill this girl, you meet her grandmother, and then you promise that you will find her. I'm like, I'm confused. Like, what is going on here? But the thing that say that could the thing that was really interesting that I really liked, which I believe that he should have did at the very beginning. Oh, thanks, Bob. At the very beginning, we got a chance to know Yaira's past. I think that was the thing that really what I really liked, because we come to find out when she landed on planet Earth, she landed during the Vikings era, and she fell in love with a Viking leader of a village. And when she fell in love with him, she ended up getting married and she ended up having kids. But one thing that she noticed, because she never fell in love with before, this concept of love, one thing that she noticed was she was young, she remained young, but her husband was getting old. And that was the thing about Yaira, that part of her, I was able to see the humanity in her, because she was crushed, because she I guess she didn't understand the concept of aging, because her husband is getting old. He's a human, but she never ages. So then now she's having a bunch of kids. She had his kids and everything. And now, before you notice, all her kids are getting old. She's outliving her kids. Now she has to bury her kids. And she couldn't stand the sight of outliving her kids. So she left around the time her grandchildren were growing up, because she couldn't stand the sight of burying even her grandchildren. So that was something that I liked about Yaira. That was something that I did like about Yaira. This was something that was really interesting that I wish they would have started out with, because I want to know more about her backstory. But other than that, I did not like the book. I did not like the book at all. I was disappointed. I was disappointed in this book. And I was disappointed in Yaira. So and then my daughter, she likes reading. She likes reading like indie comics. I got her into reading comics. And my daughter's very blunt. My daughter's very blunt when it comes to giving her opinions about stuff. Even when it comes to giving me opinions about what I create and stuff. My daughter can be very harsh. She's just like me, very blunt. So what happened was my daughter was excited for Yaira as well, because you know my daughter has been keeping up with the Rippaverse as much as I do, because my daughter hangs out with me a whole lot and she's into the things that I like at times and stuff. And when Yaira came in, I surprised her with Yaira. Wait 1 second. Hold up. I got so many people. I'm more to be honest, I like Yaira and Rippaverse, but I got no issue with people not liking it. Which reminds me, are you going back to Renown Zero stream? Yeah. I'm definitely going back to Renown Zero. That's my boy. I hate when there's a build up in the story and lore, but there not being any payoff in the end. Yeah. And then she didn't get her costume to the end of the story. You have Eagles jersey. I'm not into sports, so no, I don't have an Eagles jersey. What's the food back there? I don't know. I gotta see what it is. Yeah. So then, yeah, my daughter went to go. My daughter was excited for Yaira, and I let my daughter read it. So she took it out of the plastic and she started reading it. She didn't even make it halfway through. She just gave it back to me. And I was like, "Why you get? Like, what's going on?" I said, "Did you finish it?" She said, "No." She said, "Dad, I don't like. I don't like it." So my daughter didn't like the book either. She didn't like Yaira either. And then Gooding. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. Gooding was pretty interesting. I would say this. What wasn't fair about the Gooding book is that this was like a one-shot book. The book had like pacing issues. It started off strong, in my personal opinion. I still like. I don't think this is a bad book at all. It started off strong, and then we started getting time skips. Like you started feeling the pace and starting to rush because it needs to get to the end. It needs to conclude, and that's where it started falling apart for me with Gooding. And I'm gonna be honest with you guys. When Gooding was introduced in Isom 2, I was like, I don't think I was not into this character at all. I thought the character I like the concept with the services, but the character design itself, I thought he's pretty bland. But the concept of him, providing services, to the areas outside of Florida Spark, I thought that was a good idea. But the problem with this book is you don't really get a chance to see any of Gooding's services in action. He talks about it, but you never see any of the actual services in action. You never see any of the services in action. You see this robot here? This fucking robot wasn't even in the book at all. Wasn't even in the fucking book. We didn't get a chance to see him. Like this is I like this cover. He like a burning building. This robot is picking up the debris over top of his head. We see none of this shit in the book. None of it. None of this shit. This is an origin story, how he started the Gooding services, but we never see any of the services in action. We are told about the services and stuff, but especially at the end that he's going to provide services to the cities, to the outskirts of the Florida Park, but we didn't get to see any of that in action. I also like the concept. The fact is that Gooding was bullied, when he was younger. And the fact is that the main villain of this book was his bully, because him and his bully went down a different path. He became a tech genius, became a rich billionaire or whatever. And his bully, getting into a lot of trouble and stuff, ended up getting into the military, then got recruited into an organization, and then he eventually got powers and became a villain. So now you see two adults now coming, Gooding fighting his bully now as an adult. You know what I'm saying? And how he beat the villain, I didn't really like much either. And another problem I had with Gooding, he felt like a Mary Stu. It was like there was never a situation where I felt that Gooding was in a compromising situation. Like he was able to solve himself out of any situation. So there was no urgency. There was no sense of, oh man, can Gooding get out of this? He had an answer for everything. So that was another thing that really dropped the ball for me, that he felt too perfect. There was nothing. He had solutions for everything. It didn't ever feel like that he had a challenge on him. He always was able to solve problems. So that was another thing. But I think this book had pacing issues. My daughter, she really she liked the Gooding, and she said the same thing. Like I said, I don't give her my thoughts. I just let her read the book, and she said the same thing. She said, "Why is it?" She's like, while she's reading, she said, "Why are they moving? Why is there so many time skips? Why is this moving so fast?" So she felt the same way I did. So Gooding wasn't really bad. I just think it was a victim of it being a one shot type of book. So you had to tell a story in this. Like Mike Barron had to just tell this story within this one book right here. So that's why I think that's where the problem came in with that. Let me read this. So you wasting money on Gooding. He said, I understand where you're coming from with Yara. They got to work a lot of work to do. But yes, like this is just my constructive criticism. Like I said, I'm a new writer, so I know I'm going to be criticized for VK and many of my other books. So I expect this. It's just me from one writer to another, or just one independent comic creator to another independent comic creator. There's potential here. I'm just giving my constructive criticism. I will eventually try Yara too. Like I said, like sometimes you got to give it a chance to see will it improve? Will it get better? So I'm willing to give it a chance. But I didn't like Yara, the first book. I didn't like Yara at all. Gooding, I liked it how it started, had a strong beginning, and then it started really falling off as it got towards the end because of pacing issues and stuff. But overall, I did enjoy the Gooding experience a bit. No, should it have been longer? I don't know. Like this was already, I think Gooding was already 90-something pages. I think it was, if I can remember. These, because the Rippaverse books are long or whatever. I believe it or not, I don't know. Like what like how they could. I just think that they should have just focused more on the Gooding services parts, the aspect of him actually using helping the people that's outside of Florida Spark and actually showing this stuff in action and why he's a genius in with the services and the technology that he has. But it really didn't do that. So that was the disappointing part about it. So yeah, I mean, it had a nice size page count. Maybe it should have been bigger. Maybe it should have been maybe it should have been 100-something pages. I think that probably would have helped it, but the pacing wasn't good. A lot of these writers lack Dragon Ball literacy, simplicity, impact, tension, suspense, and humor. So yeah, so this is now Horsemen. Horsemen. I like this book. I like Horsemen, and I won't be honest with you guys. Isom shouldn't have been the book to kick off the Rippaverse. Horsemen should have been. Horsemen was a good. It's not a perfect book. It has its issues and questions and stuff, but the Horsemen was actually a pretty good book. I really I was entertained. Like I said, all you have to do is entertain me. That's all you have to do. You have to entertain me and make me give a shit. And it really did make me give a shit. Essentially, the main character, before he goes to Flora Spark, he became a vigilante to pretty much take care of his sister and his nephew, because his what made him become the Horseman was because he wanted to get revenge on the people or the men or whatever gang or whatever like that had killed his sister's husband. So now his sister is without a husband and his nephew's without a father. So he vowed to take care of his his sister and his nephew. Now what happened was her husband got killed, but it also the incident had put his sister in a wheelchair. She's in a wheelchair. Or whatever. So he's taking care of. So I like that motivation. He's motivated by taking care of his sister and his nephew, and he wants to find the people who did it. Now, the thing that really made me like, well, what? Because he was saying that by the time he became Horseman, he started becoming a vigilante. He's not sure if he actually caught the crooks or if the crooks were killed by somebody else. He don't know. Or whatever, because he's been doing it for so long. He's not sure if he even got them, because he didn't know. He don't know who did it. You know what I'm saying? So that was that. But what happened was he has been his vigilante work has been causing him a lot of trouble, and to the point where he has to move away from his move away from the town that he's in. So what he does is he does enough vigilante work so that he has enough, because he robs criminals and take their money and stuff. He take their money and all this different type of stuff. And he at least does enough that it would cover at least like a couple months rent or whatever. But it got so bad to the point where he had to leave and go, and he decided to move his sister and his nephew to Flora Spark. So you got a chance to get a little bit of world building about Flora Spark. You learn in Alpha Core and stuff like that. And I was like, man, this should have been the kickoff of the Rippaverse instead of Ison, because we actually get some world building here. And he's not an except. He's just a regular dude that's like Batman and Punisher. He's just like a regular vigilante, a regular guy. He's not even an except. So he goes to Flora Spark, but he continues his vigilante work. But the problem is, this is a new city that he moves to, and he has no idea how any of this shit works. So he ends up robbing these criminals. And a dumbass, I mean, for him to be a vigilante, he's also a dumbass. This dude parks his car right where he's about to do his vigilante hit at this drug house. And since he parked his car, he takes all the money, goes back to his car, and guess what? These crooked detectives found out found out who he was. How they found out that he was the Horseman? Because he parked his car, it had the license plate. They looked at the license plate and he's able to pin and track who he was, which was the dumbest thing that the Horseman could possibly do. So now the crooked detectives are now blackmailing him. So now they have to work for him or whatever. And these crooked dudes are working for a kingpin in Flora Spark. So what they was getting the Horsemen to do is to rob the kingpin that they work for. So at some point, they're going to throw the Horsemen under the bus. So, also none of the heat can fall on them, or they can suspect them. So it's a lot to it. But the thing that really got my interest was the two villains that the villain had hired. These hitmen or mercenary, these Nazi or these Nazi type bikers who are excepts. So I'm like, oh man, this is interesting, because here he is. We have a vigilante who's a human, and he's about to go up against excepts. How is this going to work? And this is why I keep talking. This is why I mean, when you compare it to Gooding didn't have a sense of urgency or danger or any situation where he couldn't get out of. Now we have a human, which is the Horseman, is about to fight Xsets. I mean, the guy, he got shot with a shotgun and ate a shotgun. He took the shotgun bullets. Like, these guys, like him and the chick was pretty much almost like impenetrable. So I'm like, how can the Horseman fight these guys? I was like, oh man, like, how can he get out of the situation? So there was like a sense of danger. Like, how can Horseman fight Xsets? And then that's when Alpha Core, that's when Solari showed up. Brian shows up. He shows up, and that's how he got out of the situation. Because he got saved by an Xset. He got saved by Brian Solari. But I say it to say this. This was the book, in my personal opinion, that should have kicked off the Rippaverse. And I definitely want to get the next book. He said he's Nightwing and Punisher. So I like to ask, what is the purpose of our universe? In all seriousness, congrats with your comic. I can tell you're passionate about your project. It shows. What is the purpose of our universe? Our universe. Talking about our universe, the real world, our universe. The purpose of our universe, man, is just the human experience, bro. That's what we live in. We live in the human experience, man. That's what that is, man. It's to live that human experience. We come through this world, and we gotta appreciate the time that we have. You know what I'm saying? Our body's just a shell, you know what I'm saying? And our soul is like energy, and our shell is nothing but a vehicle for our soul to be able to ride, to get that human experience and stuff. That's how I see things. So he's Nightwing and Punisher. So on top of world building from the perspective of a human, he's new to Flores Park as we are. I can see how he would be perfect for our eyes into the world of Rippaverse. Exactly. So I'm gonna be honest with you, man. Chuck Dixon did a I like this book. I really like the Horseman. I think he did a phenomenal job with it. It was entertaining. I liked it. So I'm willing to get I would like to jump into the next issue of the Horseman. Overall, yeah, I thought Gooding was okay. I didn't like Yaira, and I really liked the Horseman. I really did. Now I bought the Rippaverse. The Rippaverse for me, I think the Rippaverse was like $7. I didn't get the special. I don't know. I don't think I'm going to get another Rippaverse. The Rippaverse doesn't feel like a magazine. It feels like it just feels like a comic book, with just extra stuff in it. You got stuff from Cannon White's, how to draw step by step. But overall, it's a comic. It's still a comic book. It doesn't feel like a magazine. I don't got when you look at Game Pro, you look at Game Informer, that is a magazine. But when it comes to this, the main reason why I got it was because I wanted to see Saoirse, like the female character that he has. I wanted to see what Saoirse was all about. You know what I'm saying? And Saoirse seems interesting. The Saoirse I do want to pick up. I want to see what Saoirse is all about. You know what I'm saying? I do want to see what Saoirse is all about when her book drops. But this is the preview of Saoirse that I wanted to see. That's the main reason why I got the Rippaverse, to see what Saoirse was all about. The concept is okay. But I definitely want to get the book to dive deeper into her character and stuff. She's a secret agent, and these agents, they all got their own special type of skill sets and stuff like that. That's different from one another. So the artwork is pretty good. I like it, but this doesn't feel like a magazine. And of course, he got like interviews from Nerdrotic and stuff like that. But the Rippaverse and Lena's Hot Tea, she gives gossip of what's going on in Flores Park, so it gives you that world building aspect. And then you got Copper's Club and stuff like that. Do more world building to know more about, and then you have Harriet's Kitchen, macaroni and cheese, Ferrari Heroes, like ingredients and stuff like that. But this did not feel like a magazine to me. This really didn't. And then you have character spotlights right here. And then I don't know. I felt like I don't know. I kind of felt like I was gagged or ripped off a little bit, because then I bought Gooding already, right? I bought Gooding, and so the rest of the book was filled with previews, like the first couple of pages from existing books. So since I bought Gooding already, like it was pretty much the end. It was like there was nothing more to the book because I bought Goody. I read this already. So now I'm going through the pages of a book that I already bought. So I feel kind of ripped off when it came to that aspect of it. And then we got like a little sneak preview of the Horseman, and the Horseman had about like six or like four about like 6 pages or 8 pages or whatever like that, of the first couple pages of Horseman. But yeah, this didn't feel like a magazine. This felt like just another comic book because it had a lot of previews. It had previews of Saoirse. Then we got a preview of Horseman, and then we got the first couple of pages of Gooding, which I've already bought. So I'm like, man, so that's pages that I'll never get back, you know. So do you see external media based on your stories from Venus Orion Comics? What do you mean, like external, like external media, like anime and stuff? Well, the whole goal is I want to do video games and anime of my stuff. So that's why I'm starting off doing comics, and I build my way as Venus Orion Comics grow. That's the whole plan. I want to also start a video game studio as well, and this stuff become video games, and then eventually anime and stuff like that. So do you get any inspiration from the comics you purchase for your stories? No, not really. Like I just started collecting indie comics. I like before I got into indie comics, I was already creating my comic book stuff. Like most of my inspiration comes from, my childhood and stuff and past things like that I've read, no, that I've watched. Like I grew up watching anime, grew up watching Marvel and DC. I grew up playing video games and stuff, love JRPGs and stuff. So a lot of my inspiration was pulled from those type of things. But as far as inspiration from my indie comics that I've been read, nah. Because like I said before, I started, I was already working on Venus Orion Comics in a lot of my lore and world building. I didn't start buying indie comics until was it until 2024. I started getting into indie comic, started buying indie comics and stuff. But by 2024, I I already finished VK chapter 1 already. I already got my lore Bible and stuff like that. So no, not at all. It's hot coffee. I live in Florida, but had to miss out on MegaCon this year. I got a question. Where Kevin Hart from? Kevin Hart's from Philly. What I don't like about the Rippaverse comics is so far none of the characters are even on or ever on model. What do you mean ever on model? Can you elaborate on that, Talcum? Fuck is alive. What time to be alive? Oh man, I appreciate it, man. Vampire Killers fighting game, make it happen. A fighting game for Vampire Killers? No, I would. If anything, I would do a Venus Orion Comics fighting game with all my characters. I wouldn't do like a V a V a VK fighting game just with VK characters. No, I would do a Venus Orion Comics like universe type fighting game with all the different characters. So you're gonna have VK characters, you're gonna have Alter Squad X characters, Die Star Champion, Siona characters. You gonna have a bunch of characters, Jake Pierce. You gonna have a lot of those different characters from the different comic book series. So I wouldn't do like a VK. Now I would do a VK action RPG or a character action game like Devil May Cry and stuff like that. I would do something like that as far as VK is concerned. So I gotta get me some when I get paid. You know what I miss? Beat 'em ups. And oh yeah, as far as beat 'em ups, one of my games will be a beat 'em up, which is the Dusk Defender. That would be a good beat 'em up. He's one of my other characters in the Venus Orion Comics universe. I already had that in my head to make that a beat 'em up 4-player game with other vigilantes and stuff like that. He's my street level character. Um, he needs to make that deal a concept. Oh, you talking about my 3D hentai fighting game? Oh yeah. At some point, I will make my hentai chicks into a fighting game like Dead or Alive. At some point, like I'm on the River City Girls 1 right now. I gotta get a physical copy of River City Girls 1 because I want to play that before I get part 2 and everything. But overall, yeah, I'm interested to see what Eric has in store for the Rippaverse. Like I'm gonna get the was it? I'm gonna get the War of Separation. I'm gonna grab that. I'm gonna get Saoirse. I think that's the only two I really and I think that's the only two I really want. I do want. I still gotta get the first Alpha Core. Imagine VK game like Final Fantasy, XCOM, urban environments. As far as a strategy tactics game, like kind of like XCOM, that would probably be for another comic series that I haven't revealed yet. I got digital. I got the digital first. I do like my physical media though. Yeah, like I said before. When it comes to Venus Orion comics and everything, just in case you guys still have just in case you guys may be interested, it's 3 days left for the campaign. For the campaign closes. Um, there's it's in the chat just in case you're interested. As I said before, if you're interested and you don't want to get a physical, you just want to see what VK is about and you want to see what the universe is all about. Um, as I said before, you can get the digital by itself, standalone. You can get it for $5. It costs nothing. It costs less than a McDonald's meal. It costs less than a McDonald's meal. If you want to give it a try, it costs $5 digital, standalone by itself. But if you want to get the physical, the digital comes with the physical for free. The digital, if you buy physical, you get digital for free. So you get both. You can't lose. But if you don't have the money or you don't have like the finances to get the physical, even though you want to get the physical, don't worry. It's like I said before, you can just get the digital. The digital is $5. There's no shipping fees, nothing. It's just $5. So if you want to give it a try, it will cost you nothing but $5. It's $5. But if you want to just support me, but you're not into comics, you can also just donate. You can just send a pledge of whatever amount. I don't care what it is. There's no certain amount. I'll take any kind of amount. I don't care if it's $2 or whatever like that. If you just want to show support or whatever, you can just do that. If you're not into reading comics and stuff, you just like what I'm doing, you want to see me succeed, you can just make a Kickstarter account and just donate money to me. You can just pledge to me or whatever to show support. So you can do that. We're in the support section right here or whatever. You can just donate whatever the amount that you want to donate. But like I said before, if you're curious about Venus Orion Comics and VK itself, you can get the digital tier right here for only $5. It costs you nothing. Now, if you do want to support me and you missed out on the campaign and still want to get a physical copy, once fulfillment is done, once pretty much everybody got their physical books and stuff like that, I will have my website will launch. And when my website launched, there will be a Venus Orion comic store. In the Venus Orion comic store, you'll be able to get you'll be able to buy the physical book of VK, but you will only be able to get cover A, and there will be a store cover that's exclusive to the store. So there's two covers you will be able to get, cover A and the store cover, and the store cover will be $5 higher or whatever like that. But the store cover is like a special cover or whatever like that, so you can get either cover. Once the website is opened up, so you still be able to support and you still be able to buy it. Once that store is up, once everybody get their fulfillment after the pre-order and everybody get their comics, then I will have the chapter 1 up. But you won't be able to get the other covers. If you wanted to get the rare covers that I have, which is cover A, B, C, and D, you have to get them within these next 3 days. You have to get them, because if you don't get them within these 3 days, that's it. You will never see these covers ever again, unless somebody's putting it on eBay or some shit like that and marking the price up on them. These are rare covers. You will never be able to get these covers ever again. And I'm being very transparent about that. But yes, so that's for rarity's sake. You know, I already seen some people that were upset at some comic people who said that these covers were rare, and then people found out that they were selling them on the website, or they found out they were selling those rare covers at comic conventions. And then people said, damn, I bought it because I thought it was going to be rare and I thought it was going to be worth something of value. But if you're still selling these covers, then what was the fucking point? So I don't want to do that. I'm learning. I'm watching how fans are reacting to stuff like that. So no, like if you miss out on these covers, you won't be getting these covers. Like you won't be getting these covers. Covers B, C, and D. So if you miss out on this campaign, that's it. Let me see. So on model means the characters look inconsistent the entire time. Einstein looks like a different nigga almost every panel. That's my issue. That's my issue with the Rippaverse stuff. Even my artist said it about Rippaverse when I showed her Isom, and she's like, "Yo, how come Isom look different in every panel or every type of artwork I see of Isom? He has no consistent style." Because the thing having a consistent character, people can be able to resonate. Like Goku looks the same no matter what. You know what Goku looked like. You know what I'm saying? You know what Goku looked like in every image. You know what Goku looked like. You know what a lot of these characters look like. Same thing with Hezekiah Draven. Hezekiah Draven's going to look this. You will see my character, Hezekiah Draven. You would never forget how he looks. This is his look. You will always be able to know who Hezekiah Draven is. There would never be a different look because some things are Ison. 1 minute he has an afro, 1 minute he has a regular cut, a fade, and shit like that. And every image he looks different or whatever like that. It's like he's inconsistent, or whatever. And my artist pointed that out or whatever. Saying like, how come Ison looks different? And then even with Saoirse, when I showed her the let me see something. Where is it? God damn it. Oh, it's right here. Yeah, even with Saoirse with the Rippaverse, she says when I showed her the Rippaverse cover, she said, "Wait a minute, is that the same girl that you showed me in the book?" She said, "Why?" "Why does her face look like that? Why does she look different than how she looked in the actual book itself?" I'll give you an example. So you can see. Let me get a bigger picture of her. Yeah, see, you see Saoirse right here. You see how she look here, but then when you look at the front cover, she looks like this or whatever. So my artist, of course, my artist is going to pick things out because she's an artist, and she's like, "How come she looks so different?" Or whatever like that. But she said the same thing when it came to Isom and a lot of Rippaverse stuff. She was saying like, "How come they look different?" Every time you look at them, they're so inconsistent in how they look. Every time you see different art, when you see art of them, they look very different. They don't look consistent or whatever. So that was something that she pointed out as an artist or whatever like that. That she noticed the inconsistency with the with a lot of the Rippaverse art, especially with Isom himself. I think Isom's the biggest one. Because Alpha Core is pretty fine. Like, yeah, as far as consistency, I would say Yaira's too is pretty is consistent, but it's more so Isom. Isom is like the most inconsistent character as far as his look is concerned. Let me see. That's cheaper than in Hot and Ready. I got you. So I hope you make it at least 10,000, man. I would love, man. That would be awesome. We got 3 days left, man. I think that would be awesome if I reach 10,000. You know what I'm saying? Anything can happen. Still 3 days left. Anything can happen. But if not, man, I still thank you guys because I reached my goal. I passed my goal and stuff. So you guys came in and support. Did you expect the level of success that your Kickstarter pre-order occurred? Oh man, I love this question. I'll be honest with you guys, man. I had a lot of anxiety. You don't understand the amount of anxiety and pressure that I was feeling. I started having doubts that I wasn't going to reach my goal. I don't know, man. Like, because you gotta understand, when it comes to like new IP, a lot of people complain about that they want new things, but then when somebody offer that new thing, everybody is afraid to take that chance to try that new thing, so they don't support it, and instead they go back and consume the shit that they complain about. They go back and consume it. They hate it so much, but they still consume it because they're familiar with it, even though they know it's woke or even though they know it's garbage. They still consume it because they're comfortable. That's their comfort zone. That's their comfort food. So they go and consume it. But anytime a new thing comes out, people are afraid to take a chance. So I had a lot of things in my head that I was like really, really having anxiety about. Cause I said, yo, what if it fails, man? Because I was like, I was comparing the success of Venus Orion Comics to me as a person, because I was like, yo, if this failed, that means I failed as a person. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is my baby. This is me. This is the embodiment. Venus Orion Comics, the embodiment of me. You know what I'm saying? And it also goes to show that a lot of people are full of shit. A lot of people say, hey, we need to support indie people and stuff like that. We need to do this. We need to do that. And then now something new is being presented, and then no one comes out and shows support. But everybody talks about they would show support, but when it's time to show support, nobody shows support. So I was thinking about all those kind of things and stuff. But man, you guys just came through and showed a lot of love, and I made sure to put a lot of effort in this. Like, I don't. People don't owe me anything. Let me put it this way. Don't get it wrong. People don't owe me anything. You know what I'm saying? I had to show and prove to you guys why you should invest in Venus Orion comics and why you should invest in VK Chapter 1 Shadows of Vengeance. Like, I had to prove it to you guys. I had to show you what I had cooking behind the scenes. I had to introduce you to the world of Venus Orion comics. I had to introduce you to the story of VK. I had to introduce you to the city of Neodelphia and the concepts of the wave force mechanics and everything like that, so you can get a chance. Like a lot of people got to understand, like, and I've also understand I'm not Eric July, and everybody can't be Eric July. Eric July was a special case. He was a lightning in the bottle where, you know, when he didn't really talk about a Rippaverse much. He mentioned that he's working on his own comic book universe, but the day that he launched Rippaverse, like you knew nothing. He showed nothing. He showed nothing before leading up. He didn't show no characters. He showed nothing. He just mentioned that he was coming out with a comic book, a universe and stuff. And then the day of the presentation to Rippaverse, he made money. He revealed these things. Me, on the other hand, I couldn't do that. I couldn't shadow drop Venus Orion comics in this campaign the day of the campaign. That wouldn't have worked. I had to do it differently. I had to start creating hype. I had to do it for months ahead of the campaign. I had to start introducing you to Hezekiah Draven and the Draven brothers. I had to start introducing you to Varian Keller. I had to start introducing you to the Foundation early. See, I was going to keep the stuff from you guys. I was going to just do the presentation, and then I was going to slowly drip feed you this stuff. But I couldn't do that. This campaign would have failed if I would have just dropped it on you guys the day of the launch and you guys knew nothing about it. This campaign would have failed. So I had to. I didn't want to, because I wanted to hold on to this information and surprise you guys. But no, I had to start feeding you guys Venus Orion comics before the campaign, so you guys get hyped and excited for it and say, "Hey, I want to invest in this." It's kind of like video games. Like, you got to show a video game trailer. You got to show something to get people to get hyped to want to pre-order that video game. And that was the same thing I had to do. I couldn't just wait the day of and shadow drop this on you guys and then expect you guys to back this. No, I had to feed it to you guys. I had to prepare you guys for Venus Orion comics over time when it came to this campaign. They said, "Oh, the color's good." Wait, where'd you get color? Well, this is my artist. One second. This is my artist. What is he playing? I need to be lighter to keep this light here. He's perfectly fine. Yeah, he's perfectly fine. Just make. One second, guys. Yeah, trying to keep the designs a bit more simpler so they're easier to redraw. Yeah, one second, guys. This is my artist. She just woke up, because remember our time zone is different. She's from the Philippines, so she's working on some characters that I can't wait to reveal to you guys. By the way, all right, it's just that you have a lot of work already. Oh, I got you. All right. Yeah. So yeah. So where was I? That was a good question. Yeah. So brand recognition is highly important, man. Yeah. So yeah, that's why I had to get that. Your artist is your artist has a good eye. Yeah. She does, man. She does. She really does have a good eye, and I really appreciate it. As I'm headed off, thanks, man. Thanks, Kami, for coming through. Would you have Asmund Gold as your new guest? I believe he'll help you out in your campaign. Having Asmund Gold sound like a tall order, yeah. Like it's not that simple. Like if I could have if I could get Asmik Gold or Asmik Gold have me on this platform, that would be awesome. Like I can't just up and say, yeah, yeah, come on, Asmik Gold, come over here. You know what I'm saying? Like you know, it doesn't work that way, you know. Yeah, man, like certain people like has those opportunities where you have that lightning in the bottle. Like they had that opportunity struck. And people gotta understand the situation with Eric July. Like you gotta understand how he made that money. And how he made that money. You have to understand that. We can talk about that in a second. You have to understand how he made that money. You have to understand. Like, he had his own. He had a rock. He had a rock band that was actually on the charts. So he has that. Then he built his YouTube channel for a couple years, right, and everything. So then you also have to understand how all of it came together. You know, now he leveraged his music, audience and stuff like that. He leveraged that. Then, of course, he tapped into the comic book community. He reviewed comics. He talked about the current state of the comic book industry and stuff like that. And of course, he's kind of like a culture war YouTuber too. So a lot of his stuff is very political. So he bought into that political crowd. You also got to understand too, he was also on Blaze TV. Blaze TV, he had quite a few audience and stuff. Then he also aligned himself with Geeks and Gamers. He aligned himself with Star Wars Girl. He aligned himself with Yellow Flash and Nerdrotic. And then also he was friends at one point with Ethan Van Sciver and Comicsgate. He aligned himself with these people or whatever. So now he positioned himself. Now he's in a very good position. And then what really got him, we got the success is then you got to remember he was on Fox. He was on Fox News. I believe Tucker Carlson had interviewed him, and then Tucker Carlson and Fox News had labeled his book as the anti woke comic book. So now you got Tucker Carlson get millions and millions and millions of views. Millions and millions of viewers are watching him, right? Like follow me here. So now, not only that he's on Fox News, Tucker Carlson brings in shit ton of views. So you got a Fox News audience, you got a Blaze TV audience. He got his rock music audience. He got his YouTube audience with the culture war and politics and he got his comic book audience. And then he aligned himself with some of the biggest YouTubers in the culture war space: Nerdrotic, Geeks and Gamers, Star Wars Girl, and then he aligned himself with Ethan Van Sciver and Comicsgate at the time. So now it's the perfect time to announce that you're coming up with a comic book universe. And then let's add the cherry on top. When you see his presentation video, what did he say at the end? He said that he is the solution. Instead of focusing on the problem, why not become the solution? He said he wants to become the solution to Marvel and DC. So what does that tell you? If you say that you want to be the solution to Marvel and DC and the problem with the current age of Western comics, what does that set up for you? That sets up a lot of hype. That sets up a lot of expectations. He said that at the end of his presentation for the Rippaverse that he will be the solution, pretty much. I'm paraphrasing, but he did say he's the solution and shit, pretty much. So he said that. But one second, my artist. Guess we're all farming and stuff because being. Oh, I heard about that. Yeah. So now he announces that he's coming out with a comic book and that he's the solution to Marvel and DC, right? So what you expect is going to happen? People are going to come in. Now you got Comicsgate, you got Ethan Van Sciver. People are going now. You got all right. Let me break down the groups of people who supported the first campaign. Let's break that down for a second. Dan Mugen Lord, you be everywhere lately during this home stretch. What's the next time I can catch you on it for an interview? I don't think I have any more interviews coming up. The campaign is almost done. We'll do some more. It wasn't a host, and it was a regular host. A regular host. Yeah, my fault. It was a regular host. Don't forget, like the video to help this man out. Thanks. Appreciate it. So let's break down the groups of people who supported Eric July. Let's talk about this for a second. Let's talk about this. Why he made that 3.6 or 3.7 million. Let's talk about this for a second. Why he made this money for his first go around and or whatever. Think about it for a second. All right. So you have the first group of people. The first group of people that wanted to support Eric July is the people who agree with Eric July's politics. So they are going to buy the book. And most of them may not even be, a lot of them are most likely not comic book readers. They're going to buy the book because of his politics. Their politics align with one another. So they're buying the book to own the lefties. That's why they're going to buy the book. But they're not comic readers. They're going to just buy it because it's going to own them. It's going to own the chuds. It's going to own the lefties. It's going to own the wokies. So they're going to buy the book because they have the same politics as Eric July. Then you have another group of people. You have the group of people who found Eric July from Fox News, and they like, okay, this is a person that's doing something, a black man that's doing something. So you have an audience too who only bought the book. What we call this? We call it culture war. We call it culture war. Like my friend Hodge and call it culture war tickets. You're buying into the culture war. So you have a group of white people who bought the book so they can go around and say, hey, I supported a black man in his business. Hey guys, I supported this black man. So you have that group of people who's going to buy into the culture war tickets, going to get culture war tickets and buy into the culture war. So you have those group of people who bought it because they can brag about that. Hey, this I helped the black man out. So you got that. So then you also have a group of people who loves Eric, who just loves him, and diehard fans of Eric, who just loves his content. They love everything that he puts out. So they're going to support him as well. And then you have another group of people who just want to see somebody succeed. They're doing something different. They see potential in it, and they just want to help him get over the finish line. So they're going to support it. They're either going to buy a book or they're going to just give him money and support, and donate or whatever they want to do. They just want to see this man succeed, which that's a good thing. But they're not comic book readers. They just want to help support him. And then you got Nerdrotics audience. Then you got Star Wars Girl audience. Then you got Yellow Flash's audience. You got all these other people that he aligned himself with that's going to show him support. And most of them may not even be comic book readers. But for the simple fact is that they follow Yellow Flash and he's associated with Eric July and stuff. They're going to support him out of support because they follow Yellow Flash and the rest of them. So they're going to go in and support Eric July. So then you also got to remember, no matter, like, you can hate Ethan Van Sciver, you can hate Comicsgate all you want. Ethan Van Sciver was showing support to Eric July and ITOM. So anytime when Ethan Van Sciver says, go support this person, Comicsgate is going to support that person. So now you have a lot of people from Comicsgate that are going to go over and support Eric July off the strength of Ethan Van Sciver. They're going to go over and support Eric July. So you can understand why he made those millions. He made those millions because of a lot of people from Comicsgate showed some support, and all these different groups of people. It was a lot of crossover. Yeah, there was a lot of crossover. So let me see. Don't forget to like. Yeah, I found Eric July by looking up about a mixed skin Mary Jane. I think Eric July mastered two things: timing and need. And you also got to understand, he launched in 2020. What happened in 2020, guys? What the fuck happened in 2020? We were in lockdown. We were in lockdown. And think about the economy. The economy wasn't fucked up like it was by the time I started launching my comic. You gotta understand what people had more money in their pocket during the time he launched. So a lot of people had a lot of expendable income. And then we were locked down. We couldn't go outside. We couldn't do anything. So you're in your house. So now you have all this expendable income, disposable income. You have all this disposable income, and we're in lockdown. So his timing was just perfect. So now you have all the stars in line. That's why he made that 3.6 or 3.7 million dollars. Now, you also got to understand this. You got to understand this. And people may not like this. And this is my personal opinion. I'm saying this because I also got a comic book company too, and I'm also looking at it. I'm learning from this, and I'm also a business major. You know what I'm saying? Like I took finance class, accounting class, and I'm looking at all this stuff. Now, when ISOM 2 came out, what did ISOM 2 make? It's like influencer, help me influencer for political points. Yeah. So He said, I'm invested in yours and Eric's comics because I see the indie comics and saw American Entertainment. La Plaga happened in 2020, 4 years. And yeah. So how much ISOM 2? How much did ISOM 2 make? Yo, what's up, Cole? Cole, let me see. Wait. Hold up. Hold. How much did ISOM 2 can bring? Let me see. We're gonna I'm trying to find the numbers because I don't want to misrepresent. I don't want to miss closing ISOM 2 closing in on 1.5. ISOM 2. Yeah, see, nobody. So okay, so ISOM 2 was around about what? Two is around like 2 point something million, like 2.3, maybe 2.4. So ISOM went from like maybe it went from the 3.6, 3.7 million, and then it did a massive drop off to like 2.6 million or maybe 2.3 million or something like that. So well, now you heard about it from me, my artist again. Now think about this. Why did this massive drop off happen? I treat double 20 like Fight Club. You said Ice on One was 4 million. It was. Let's see. Let me see. Ice on One campaign made how much? I want to make sure. I want to make sure I get these. Yeah, it says Ice on One is his first campaign made 3.7. Yeah, it said it made 3.7. Uh it said it made 3.7. Let me see. Let me, let me- how much I want to make sure I get this right so we can break this down. How much did Ice on One make? All right, yeah. So let me bring this up on my stream on the yeah. So it says ISOM 1 had pretty much made 3.7 million dollars. Yeah. And sold 60,000 books. Yeah, the second campaign had made 2.15 million and 30,000 books. So they pretty much he dropped from 60,000 books to 30,000 books. That was a big drop off from the 3.7 million to now 2.15 million books sold when it came to the first ISOM. Now, what could possibly be the reason for that? And we'll talk about that in a second. Yo, what's up, Code? What's up, bro? 2025 is slowly recovering. Question: what is the best place to get Philly cheesesteak? Don't go to Geno's. Geno's is ass and overrated. Don't go to Pat Steak. It's ass and overrated. You can just go to any food cart in Center City. Like Philly cheesesteaks, you can get pretty much anywhere or whatever. I mean, like we make good cheesesteaks, and no matter where you go, it's just certain like those big hot spots, those tourist attractions like Geno Steaks. Those places are ass. But yeah, so yeah, ISOM made 3.7 million, and then ISOM 2 dropped to 2.15 million. So how did this happen? What caused this? Now let's go back. Let's go back to those groups that we talked about. Most of those people that came and supported, this is my personal opinion. Oh yeah, I forgot about the stimulus checks too. Forgot about that. But no, let's talk about no one, you're honestly, yeah. Geno Sticks is ass. Do not stay away from Geno's. I remember my college, I know one of my college roommate back in 2005, Javier. He never been to Philly before, so my college roommate for the Thanksgiving holiday, he stayed over my house. Like it was, it was the first time I had a friend from college stay over and chill with me and my family and stuff like that. So my college roommate came and stayed over my house for Thanksgiving for the Thanksgiving break. So me and Javier, he said, "Man, I want to try a Philly cheesesteak." I've never been to Geno's. I had Philly cheesesteaks, but Geno's was never a place that I've been to. So my dumb ass decided to take him to Geno's. And it was my first time eating Geno's. Got there, and that shit was fucking nasty. The worst cheesesteak, Philly cheesesteak I've ever tasted. And I felt disappointed. He was impressed because he never, if you never tried the Philly cheesesteak, you heard the hype of it, you think this is what Philly cheesesteak is. No, I live in Philly. This is not a good cheesesteak at all. But yeah, you can't say that Luther Vandross did a Geno commercial big bang. Yeah. So let's go back to what we were saying. So why did ISON make a big drop off? What did I tell you about those groups of people that came in support? This was, like I said, what happened with Eric July was lightning in the bottle because of how his timing was and what he did to get in that position to make that much money. Why did this drop off happen? You have to understand, these groups of people, you have people, like I said, there was a lot of people that supported Eric July because one, they wanted to see him succeed. They weren't comic book readers. They only wanted to show they wanted to show this support just for one time. And you have other people who agree with Eric July politics and wanted to own the chuds. They weren't comic book readers. They just bought the book to own the chuds, to fight the culture war, and that's it. They're not readers. So they're not going to come back. They're not going to come back for the next book. They're not going to come back at all. They did their part. They can. It's a culture war ticket. The book became a culture war ticket. Hey, I bought the book to own the Wokies. I bought the book to fight against Marvel and DC. But they're not comic book readers. They're not going to come back and read the next book. It's more like a souvenir or for the culture war that they can hang up and put somewhere. But they're probably never going to read it. They probably even open it from the plastic. But they can say that, hey, at least I'm fighting against the culture war. I'm fighting against the Wokies. But they're not going to come back for the next book. So he lost. So that was a one-time deal, right there. And then you also have the other people that only bought it because, hey, especially if you're a white person, white guilt, or you want to prove that you're not racist or whatever like that. Hey, and you can go brag to your friends, your other white friends, that, hey, I supported a black man's business. That's the reason why they bought into it. They weren't going to go back and read the book. They weren't going to come back for book 2. They did it for that particular reason. I'm just giving you this is what my theory is. I'm not saying this is fact, but I'm giving you my perspective. I'm not sure if other people gave you their perspective, but this is my perspective. The first group of people, they only bought it to fight against the culture war. This is a culture war ticket, culture war souvenir. They're not comic book readers. They're not coming back to read the book at all. That simple. They left. They say, hey, I showed my support. Here's my souvenir. Here's my culture war ticket. Never coming back. The other people, white guilt. I want to prove that I'm not racist. I want to support this black man in his business so I can go brag to my other white friends, bougie white friends, or in relative that, hey, I supported a black man in his business. They're done. And then you have the other people who just want to see Eric succeed. They're not comic book readers. They just want to see this man succeed. So they did their part already. They're not going to keep coming back to give him money. They did it one time, and one time was good enough. They're not going to come back. They're not going to come back at all. Let's see. Say I dropped the other one. I read it and slowly you can continue to buy it. I couldn't define engagement of his world. Yeah, so they weren't coming back to read his book. This doesn't, and look, like I said before, this doesn't mean that I'm a detractor or anything like this. I'm just observing and coming up with my theory of why this drop off happened or whatever like that. And it makes sense because I'm gonna tell you right now, even with my campaign, my campaign, I'm gonna have to work harder for chapter 2. I'm going to have to work harder with chapter 2 campaign because I know that there's a lot of people who supported me, aren't comic book readers, but they supported me because they want to see me succeed. So they're not going to come back for chapter 2, not because the book is bad or anything, but they just wanted to see me succeed. They just wanted to say, hey, here's my hand. I just want to help you or like that. But I don't expect them to come back, but I thank them for their support. But I'm not going to expect them to come back. I do not expect them. They're not obligated to come back. So that's why I got to work harder for chapter 2 to increase my amount. Because I know there's a lot of people is not going to come back. Not because the book is bad or anything, but a lot of people had different reasons why they wanted to support me. A lot of them may not be comic book readers, but they wanted to show support, but they may not come back. And I don't expect them to come back. So that's why chapter 2 campaign, I'm going to have to bust my ass going to conventions. I want to do a lot of more advertisement and promotions of chapter 1 after the fulfillment to get people invested in my world. So when chapter 2 comes, I will get those people to replace the people that's not coming back for those particular type of reasons. I know this already. So yes, they're not coming back. They're not coming back at all. So just now he's pumping too much of his comics, so it's hard to stay engaged. We'll talk about that in a second. I kind of see where this takes come from with Aaron Drum and the Black Sands Entertainment. Comic Geek fell off. I think the fell off way before, including me. So yeah, so I'll get to that. There's a lot of good points that you guys are making. I want to talk about that in a second. So so I'll be back later. Going in. One second, my artist. This woman always has me cracking up. But yeah, so you have to understand the situation here. The first campaign was a lightning in a bottle, and I wouldn't say that it would never happen again, but that was a lightning in a bottle situation that can't be replicated. What Eric July did, because of how his timing and the events and everything that took place, it just happened that way. So then here we go. We about to get, I guess you could say, we about to get controversial. So then you got people who actually read the book and read ISOM and say, yo, what the fuck is this shit? You know what I'm saying? Because this was the dangers of, you had Fox News saying it was an anti-woke book, but then you also had Eric July say at the end of his presentation that he wants to be the solution. So if you're telling your audience that you want to be the solution to the bullshit that Marvel and DC is putting out, he just raised the expectations so high. So now people's expecting ISOM to deliver something much better than what Marvel and DC is currently putting out. So what happens when people start reading ISOM 1? What happens? When people start reading ISOM 1 and people say, yo, what the fuck is this? You have a group of people that saying, yo, what the fuck is this? You know, because it was so overhyped, people said, yo, like Eric July is about to do something that's so phenomenal, so much different than what Marvel and DC, and they read ISOM and they were disappointed. They were so disappointed, and these people were so heavily invested in Eric July because these people made the culture war their identity, and they felt as though that Eric July had let them down and let their expectations down once they read ISOM and found out that ISOM, in their personal opinion, wasn't a good book, or it wasn't on the level that was better than Marvel and DC. So they said, you know what? I spent all this money. I bought all this merchandise. I spent all this money. I bought all 4 covers. I spent over a couple $100, maybe $400 or $500. And then I get this book, and then the book didn't deliver. So now they're hurt. They are fucking hurt. They're really, really hurt. They're really, really disappointed. And he said, fuck it. I'm not coming back for ISOM 2. I felt ripped off. So then you have to understand that, because that was the expectations that was set. If you notice with me with Venus Orion Comics, I didn't say this was a culture war book. I didn't even say that, hey, this Venus Orion Comics was created to spite Marvel and DC. No, Venus Orion Comics was created out of passion. It's not to make a cultural statement in the culture war. I just want to create stories that hopefully that you guys would enjoy. And I'm a first-time writer. I'm not no Stan Lee. I'm not Chuck Dixon. I'm none of these people and stuff like that. I'm new to this. I'm an amateur to this. And I want my brand and I want my universe to grow, and hopefully that you guys see some merit or see some potential in it. I didn't sell it on the narrative that I'm fighting against the culture. I didn't sell it on that. But where Eric has set himself in a position that he's fighting a culture here. This is a culture war. This book, ISOM, represented a war against the culture, a battle against the culture war, battle against wokeness and stuff like that. So people has a lot of expectations going into this book. So people were disappointed. You had people that was disappointed on it when they got to it. So let me see. Let's see. Have you read Battle Brick Road by Eric Weathers? No, I never even heard of it. Now it's just about making good books, in my opinion. There's a whole video essay of how it happened and it surrounds. Yeah, so now you got to understand this. So yeah, I read it, and it woke me up. It woke me the fuck up. It's good. He did all that criticism, but didn't really take notes. Yeah. So that's the problem. So now you have a situation to where, have you ever heard of Ralph movie reviews? I really like, I used to watch Ralph movie reviews. Ralph movie reviews was a source of movie criticism that everybody used to go to, right? So what happens when you become a movie critic? What happens when you become a movie critic that everybody values and respect, and then you decide to want to create your own movie? What happens? People are going to expect you to make the most phenomenal movie ever, is because of how critical and how analytical you are when it comes to movie criticism. So when you come out with a movie, people have high expectation because your knowledge of movie making, right? And then you put out a movie and the movie is garbage. And matter of fact, it's worse than the movies that you criticize, right? So now you got a lot of criticism coming your way because people have so much expectations because of how knowledgeable you are when it comes to movie criticism. So this was a situation when it came to Eric right here, where, you know, he talks so much about the comic book space. He gives his opinions about it. He criticizes the stuff. And then now people has all this expectation because people see him as this voice of reason, or this voice that you should care about, and that you should take seriously when it comes to comic books. So then when you have a man that criticizes comic books or gives his takes about comic books, and when he says he's coming out with a comic book, people have high expectations because people has these expectations set so high. Can say, yo, if he knows so much about this and he knows the faults of why these comics are bad, then this guy must be able to create an awesome book. And then when Isom didn't deliver to these people, people were furious. People were upset. People were upset about it. And we got here. So I read the first time, I'm gonna stop backing him after it just wasn't as good as he hyped it up to be. He said he should have wrote for the issue, not the trade. That was his number one mistake. Number two was that you said high expectations. Yes, high expectations hurt Eric July in the Rippaverse because there was so much hype, so much expectations where people seen his book as a cultural statement. And when it didn't deliver on that cultural statement, people felt betrayed. And that's why you had people that were upset. So now this is about to get more controversial. And I'm just giving you my personal opinion. I never talked about this here because people get really, really sensitive when you criticize or give your personal criticism towards Rippaverse or whatever like that. But to give you my personal opinion about it, you know, you have people who felt like they felt betrayed. So those people come out and say, yo, Eric, like, I bought your book, I supported your book, and this book wasn't good. So no matter, like, depends on how you see it. Eric didn't take the criticism, didn't take that criticism, didn't take it too well. So a lot of people started getting upset at the fact is that he couldn't take the criticism too well. And yes, of course, you had some haters out there or people that just wanted to antagonize Eric, but you also still have to hold Eric accountable of how he responded to the violent criticism that was out there. He didn't respond to the violent criticism well at all. And that's what started creating, that's what also played a hand in creating detractors. Now, this is really gets spicy. Now you have a situation to where he start bumping heads with Eric July. I'm not going to even go through the details because I know I'll probably leave some details out or misrepresent the details and stuff. But the thing that really got things really crazy was when he started clashing with Ethan Van Sciver and Comicsgate, and that's where you start seeing the real drop off at. Because you still got to understand, you still had Comicsgate people still supporting Eric July based on the recommendation of Ethan Van Sciver. Whatever Ethan Van Sciver says, most of Comicsgate is going to follow behind whatever Ethan Van Sciver says. He's like they call him the Godfather. He's the Godfather of Comicsgate. So if you rub wrong, if you rub or bet or bump heads against Ethan Van Sciver, Comicsgate is not going to like that. So now you have a situation to where, and this is what I don't like in my personal opinion. This is my personal opinion. I could be wrong. So now you've got a situation to where you have Yellow Flash, you have Star Wars Girl, you have Geeks and Gamers, you have all these people in this group, this clique that Eric July and everybody's part of, and you have Comicsgate and Ethan Van Sciver. Everybody was pretty much in harmony at some point and got along. So now you have a situation here, and this situation is where it's time to pick a side within this clique. You either pick Eric July's side or you pick Ethan Van Sciver's side. Now, this is my personal opinion. You don't have to agree with this. In my personal opinion, I believe a lot of people, despite how you feel about Ethan Van Sciver, I think a lot of people threw Ethan Van Sciver under the bus or wanted to disassociate themselves with Ethan Van Sciver and join Eric July. And the reason why I believe that a lot of people sided with Eric July because it was a big benefit to side with Eric July. You know, So that's why I keep telling you guys that I don't think and I don't believe a lot of people who are hanging around Eric July has his best interest at heart. I think a lot of those people that's hanging with Eric July is not really Eric July friends. I think a lot of people that's hanging around Eric July are only there to try to benefit from what Eric July is doing. So I think a lot of people wanted to distance themselves from Eric July, and no, not Eric July, Ethan Van Sciver, and wanted to associate themselves with Eric July and align themselves with Eric July because they felt as though that was the winning side. And he just got finished making 3.6 million or 3.7 million with ISOM 1, and now he also made 2.15 million with ISOM 2. You get what I'm saying? So I would if I'm a business person or if I'm a content creator that's part of this clique, I what would be the logical choice? Join Ethan Van Sciver and start going against Eric July, or should I join Eric July and cozy underneath him, suck up underneath him, and align myself with him, and hopefully his audience, or if I decide to come up with a comic book, because I find it kind of funny that the moment people start aligning themselves with Eric July, and then everybody want to start making comic books all of a sudden. So they start making. So now it'll be perfect. They align myself with Eric July. He just made 3.7 million, 2.15 million. Align myself with Eric July, and if I align myself with Eric July, I come up with my own comic book, and then Eric July can prop my comic book up, and hopefully I can make 1.5 million or something like that, and become a multi-millionaire myself. That's why I think that there's a lot of people that's taking advantage of Eric July and not really his friend and don't really have his best interest at heart at all. And I believe if anything bad happens to the Rippaverse or anything like that, or the Rippaverse happen to fall apart, a lot of them is going to leave him in the cold. That's my personal opinion. I could be wrong, but that's how I'm seeing it from the outside. And like, even when it comes to like some of the podcasts that he be on with some of these people, it's always awkward when Eric July is on with these people. It seemed kind of phony or whatever like that. It seemed like, everybody gets quiet when they with Eric July when he talks about certain things. The chemistry it doesn't match. It doesn't match with Eric July and stuff like that. It just seemed like they're only siding with him because there's a big benefit of siding with Eric July, and they're not really aligned with him at all, And I just think that's kind of, in my personal opinion, kind of scummy. So to be fair, Moon Lord and never learn himself or his book as the savior of comics. When he said solution, I think he was more referring to the solution of creating your own. No, I think I don't see it that way, bro. Like I said, like in the presentation, like I said, if you look at the contents of what he says in a lot of his content, talking about Marvel and DC and how people are tired of Marvel and DC, and him being the solution to this, people are going to see it that way. If I was the one, and you know me, I'm a reasonable dude. If I picked it up and thought of it that way, I'm pretty sure everybody else. Because if anything, I would just said that, creating my own thing. Because you know me, what did I say when I talk about Venus Orion comics? I always say that, create your own shit. I would just say create your own shit, not be the solution. I would say create your own shit. And I've always said that or whatever. So that's how that's how I seen the messaging. And if I seen those messaging, you know what type of guy I am. I'm pretty sure many other people picked it up, seen it that way. That there's so much I can input and want to debate you on. For one, you should rewatch the Rippaverse announcement trailer, where details the main reason in the comics itself. Your boy Zach the original also really made me jaded. First comic book, constant reboots, bastardization in comics. Alpha wasn't good as well. There's even a saying that his mission was not to dethrone Marvel, also not to respond to the Eric July had their problem. Yeah, if Eric July would just ignore the detractors, I think like he started ignoring them later. But when he started wanting to monetize his haters and stuff, I think that made it worse for him. He could have just ignored that. So I don't blame Eric for the Rippaverse becoming the face of the anti-woke comics. Look at who promoted it the most, but he did say he wanted to make comics that cared about the lore and the readers. Yeah, all right, I can give in. I can concede to that. Instead of bitching at them for being white male, yeah, I can concede to that. So you're saying a lot of people were mad at Eric for not fulfilling expectations, the anti-woke crowd. Yeah, that's what I'm pretty much saying. Worst love story than Twilight. In the words of Will Smith, old busted versus. I don't think the Rippaverse is inherently anti-woke, just against creators bullying the fan base and made a lot of money. Yeah, like I said, there were so many interpretations to this or whatever like that, and how it was propped up. People seeing the Rippaverse as a cultural statement, and to a lot of people, it didn't. to a lot of people, it didn't live up to a lot of the people who eventually became detractors. It didn't live up to it. It didn't live up to it. It didn't live up to it at all. John Della Rose, he's another person. I think he tried to suck up to Eric July to align himself because he thinks that if I suck up to Eric July, maybe I can get a piece of his audience so I can make that millions of dollars. Like I said, everybody was out for themselves. That's why I feel sorry for Eric July. I think there's a lot of people who are using Eric July or who are in his circle, not for the right reasons and stuff. That's my personal opinion. Another thing that got me stopped buying Rippaverse probably is the flash sale. Oh yeah, the flash sale. The flash sale. I can I seen that drama, the flash sale, where people felt as though, and that's why I'm learning. Watching Eric July, I'm learning a lot of things not to do. Because there's a lot of people, like I said, when you're in the indie comic space and when you're supporting something, you felt like you're a premium buyer. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of people bought the Eric July's comics at a premium price, and the merchandise, the comics, and then when Eric turned around and charged $5, I can understand why some people would be pissed about that, because people felt like, yo, I like, people feel like they're part of something. They feel like they're part of a club. You know, hey, I bought this product at the top price. Like I'm part of something, you know? And then all of a sudden, you know, as you spent like hundreds and hundreds of dollars and then turn around, you watch that same product that you bought and you see it drop down to $5. So then you got people say, yo, like, then why did I spend all this money? I could have just saved my money and just waited for this flash sale. I could have just waited for it to drop down to $5. You know what I'm saying? So I think there's a reason for that. In my personal opinion, like for my my personal opinion, the warehouse, for my personal opinion, in my personal opinion, I don't think Eric July should got a warehouse starting. I think he should have built up to a warehouse. Because I'm thinking about that overhead. Me, as I have a studio. Most of it, like when I do my fulfillment starting out, I'm gonna be doing my fulfillment at the studio. All my merchandise is done in-house and stuff. And once Venus Orion comics grow, then I will start growing and increasing my space. But I think the biggest thing coming out the gate, he came out the gate so fast and so big. You get what I'm saying? And I like right now, in my personal opinion, I'm thinking about that overhead. Like how is he covering that overhead cost, paying for that warehouse monthly? And then the first thing he did was get some of the legacy comic book writers in the industry. Those writers are expensive. I know he has to be paying them top dollar. I know he has to be paying them top dollar. If I was Eric, I would have got, you know, an indie comic writer or no, an artist, an indie comic writer who's hungry, and you build those people to become legacy people, you know. But he went out the gate, got a warehouse, you know, he got, you know, employees, and I believe he was also printing up books and merchandise ahead of time without, you know, having a head count of how many people who are going to get his book. So then now you have a situation. I think the flash sale was a situation to where he overstocked, meaning that he had so much shit that he overprinted and stuff, and now he has to get rid of it. So because the longer it stays in that warehouse, it devalues. It now it's costing you more money keeping that shit there. Now you got to get rid of that shit. This is my personal opinion. I could be wrong, but every day, like when I think about it, it hurts my head because I'm like, yo, like, how is he covering the cost of that warehouse? How is he covering the cost of those cherry pickers? How much he's paying these employees, and then on top of that, he's animating. Now, guys, animation is not cheap. You seen that animation that I did, that my artist had did for Hezekiah Draven in my trailer. That it was 5 seconds of animation of Hezekiah. Guess how much they cost me? $800 fucking for 5 seconds of animation of Hezekiah Draven. 800. So now you take a ISOM trailer or a Yara trailer that's about a minute long or a minute some change long. You can only imagine how much money he was kicking out for that shit. You can only imagine it. So I'm going to watch another stream, but I will be supporting your universe, and I'm working on my own kind of. Thanks, Akuma. Your reason is why I keep going. Make your own hot take. COVID jab is the reason why July really became popular. He gained a huge following, basically creating a church of unjab. I never thought about that. Bro became a televangelist. You made a very interesting point, Moog. I never thought about it that way. JD is a slug. Eric didn't filter his inner circle for sure. Yeah. So now you have a situation to where. So now I'm looking at it. Like I said, I'm doing this for the first time. I'm speaking from a person that's now in a certain like a position like Arrogance in where I'm starting my own comic book company, and I'm looking at the logistics of things, and I'm looking at how much this shit costs. Remember, I'm paying my artist. I don't like my artist is a one-stop shop type of chick. This chick, she not only draws, she does the rough sketches, she does the line art, she does the flat coloring, and then she also does the actual detailed coloring. She also does my backgrounds. She also an architect, so she does like a lot of 3D modeling and stuff like that. She does it all. So I pay her top dollar because she's a one-stop shop. I don't have a person that does lines, and I don't have a person that just only does colors. No, this woman is one-stop shop. So I'm paying her top dollar per page. So I'm not going to disclose. I would never disclose how much I'm paying my artist. But let me say this: I'm paying her top dollar per page. So that's why it costs me a shit ton of money to even get 32 pages done or whatever like that. But yes, so I'm imagining how much money it's going to cost, to get these books done. Especially if you hired somebody like Chuck Dixon, with Mike Barron, and you got some of the top artists. Then you got the Saska sister. They're not cheap. And then you have the warehouse you're paying for. Then you're paying for employees. You know what I'm saying? Then you have all this product that's sitting in your warehouse that's going to cost you money. I don't like 3.7 million. There's no way in the world that 3.7 million with all that counting all that stuff. That 3.7 million would go in a snap of a finger. 3.7 million would go in a snap of a finger. It would go. Yeah, he moves so fast in my playing with all due respect. And that's the sad part. He says yes, he moved too fast with all this, in my opinion, with all due respect. See, you see how we got to put disclaimers when you say anything or you mention anything about, or you give your personal opinion about the Rippaverse and Average July, you have to put a disclaimer because if you don't do that disclaimer, you're going to have like Ripper fans who are hardcore diehard fans who are going to come in and who are going to criticize you or attack you. So you got to put a disclaimer with all due respect. No, brother, like give your opinion. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm giving my opinion. Like I'm not a detractor. I'm not a hater. I'm just telling you how I feel about this. In my opinion, I feel like most people would have saw the Rippaverse as a Marvel needs to be killer, regardless of what Eric says, due to the history of criticizing both companies. That's what I'm saying. Exactly. People, it's the expectations because of how he positioned himself. You know what I'm saying? Like me with Venus Orion Comics, I never positioned myself that way. I never like a lot of you guys, are interested in see potential and interested to see what I have to offer with Venus Orion Comics, but none of you guys are backing this because Venus Orion Comics is making a cultural statement. Because Mugen Lord and Mugen TV and my content, I never positioned myself in that way. I never did. So that's why my outcome is a little bit different, and expectations is a bit different. They set the standard, and the expectations are set a little bit different than how Eric July's is set because of how he positioned himself and with the content, with the kind of content he put out, and he made himself like the authority figure. How people see him as an authority figure and stuff. He said, maybe I'm misremembering, but I could have sworn that this video. There was a video like saying that he never had the intention of using Rippaverse to beat Marvel. He probably did. Like I said, like I can concede on that. I could be wrong. I could be wrong, guys. Like I'm not the type of person who double down. Like I could be wrong. I can admit that. So what's going on, Moo? I caught the tail end of the Rippaverse talk. Can someone somebody can get the too long didn't read type of thing. That's true, unfortunately. So that's what gets me nervous. So now, guys, this is what I said. I said this to my father. I said this to my brothers. I said, guys, the only way I can see Eric July coming out on top, making a shit ton of money, and like can really make a shit ton of money is if he start publishing other people's books. And then lo and behold, Rippaverse. I said, damn, he did exactly what I said. That would be awesome. He start publishing because he's already doing everything in house. Start publishing other people's book. Now he's doing Rippaverse and stuff. Rippaverse can counteract or pay for a lot of the overhead that he's putting out when it comes to the daily operations and stuff like that. So now you gotta see this. ISOM made 3.7 million, right? Then ISOM 2 made 2.5 million, right? And then Yaira, how much did Yaira make? We're gonna look at Yaira for a second. Yaira made how much Yaira made? Yeah, so Yaira made about what, $1 million? Yeah, so it says new book, comic book Yaira #1 surpassed 1 million within the day of the campaign. But what was the total though? Because Yaira made $1 million. Yaira made $1 million within 24 hours, but then it stopped. Yaira made $1 million. Then it slowed down. Yeah, I think Yaira made $1 million within the first 24 hours, but it didn't reach 2 million. I know that for a fact. Yaira didn't reach 2 million, I think. So then you start, but this is the thing. Yaira was the poster girl. Like Yaira was the poster girl that she was always advertised. Everybody talked about her. Everybody was hyped for Yaira. But Yaira made $1 million within the first 24 hours, but then Yaira dropped off as far as it didn't reach. In my personal opinion, I thought Yaira was going to outsell ISOM. I really thought that Yaira was going to outsell Yaira. But you also got to understand, Eric must be that one uncle who you only see once a year at that Christmas party. Completely random, but I'm already feeling that urge to replay Tales of Berseria. Dude, I got to play that game. You guys have a good night. All right, Vernon. A lot of ego couldn't get the check. The amount we wrote Yaira, not enough to offset the warehouse. That's what I'm saying. Think about the warehouse, guys. A lot of people look at the numbers of how much the book made. Yes, the book made 1 point something million dollars, right? But you got to think about the warehouse. You gotta cover the cost of that warehouse. You got to pay them fucking employees. You got to pay the Soska sisters. You got to pay them. There's a lot of stuff. So as I said, I could be wrong. Like I said, I don't know what he's doing behind closed door. I don't know. But then he also paid money for that live action trailer. I know that live action trailer cost him money. And then fans was like, okay, that live action was pretty good. We want to see some more animation. And he avoided it. And I can look, I'm a creator myself. I can guarantee you why he wanted to avoid doing a Yaira animation. Because it was much more cheaper to do a live action Yaira trailer than to do a full motion animated trailer of Yaira. Doing a full motion animated trailer of Yaira would cost way more than a live action Yaira trailer. But fans demanded, say, yo, we want to see a Yaira animated trailer like you did ISOM. So he had to go out there and do it. But you notice one thing about that Yaira trailer. The Yaira trailer was shorter than the ISOM trailer. Because you know why? That shit is fucking expensive. That shit is expensive. And I'm telling you it's expensive. Like I told you, I paid $800 for a 5-second animation of Hezekiah Draven. So that Yaira animated trailer was much shorter than the ISOM trailer because that shit costs money. But the fans wanted it. The fans demanded it. That shit costs money. Favorite DOA girl. My list of DOA girls. First place will be Kasumi. At the Kasumi is Tina. At the Tina is Hitomi. And at the Hitomi it's Chris. Chrissy. Kasumi, Tina. Yeah, Kasumi, Tina, Chrissy. Yeah, Kasumi, Tina, Hitomi, and Chrissy. Yeah, those four. Should have made Yaira the booty book. Just kidding. And would have made more probably. Yeah, I would have the studio over. I would rather have a studio over the warehouse. Yeah, because can you imagine if Eric July would have did what I did, had a studio, and made 3.7 million, you know how much more money he would have pocketed most of that money. He would have been able to pocket most of that 3.7 million if he would have just had just a regular studio and just did things from a studio and then build his way to a warehouse. No, my man went straight out and did a warehouse first and then got a staff of employees. And this is another thing about the staff and employees. In my personal opinion, now you have employees. Now if you have employees, you're not going to pay your employees just to sit around and do nothing. So that means that warehouse has to stay operational. That warehouse has to stay operational. You're not going to sit there and pay people just to sit around and do nothing. Now, in my personal opinion, I said, why do you get a big warehouse to store this stuff, right? I don't think people's going to be buying ISOM books every day. I don't think people's going to be buying Rippaverse merchandise every day. I'm talking about in droves. You know, like how Walmart warehouse is and Best Buy warehouses are, where there's constantly things shipping in and out, shipping in and out, shipping in and out. I don't think that a Rippaverse warehouse is going to get that much traffic where it's constantly busy. So now you got a bunch of employees that's at that warehouse. So you're going to have to pay them. You're not going to pay them to sit around and do nothing. So I'm saying to myself, like, how's that going to work? That warehouse has to constantly be doing something, which means Rippa would be the answer to do that. If you're printing off other people's books, then it would make sense. You're handling the shipping, you're handling all those things. That's what will be able to keep those employees employed, and you'll be able to pay them because they're doing work. They're not getting paid to sit around and do nothing because there's no real a lot of traffic going on in the warehouse from a shit ton of purchases coming from, potential buyers and stuff like that. So it said, yes, I think in the studio. Yeah, so he said I probably understand Ripper's wallet because the company would be history now. I feel well, like I said, we don't know. I don't know what's going on behind the scenes, but like as I said before, then on top of that, you look at it. So Yara made less. And the thing is, like, I thought Yara was going to outsell. I thought Yara was going to outsell ISOM. Yara didn't. Yara didn't do none of that. So now I'm getting nervous myself because the way people kept hyping up Yara, I was hyped for Yara. I think Yara had some of the best marketing, and Yara didn't even crack 2 million. Didn't even crack 2 million. Did less than ISOM 2. So there was a drop off, guys, and Yara was a popular character. Everybody talked about Yara. People were excited about Yara, but no one came out for Yara. But why is that? And in my theory, you have to understand, around ISOM 2, this is where Eric July and Ethan Van Sciver started beefing with each other. So now that they're beefing with each other, a lot of Comicsgate people pulled away. So now that you don't have Comicsgate people supporting Eric no more, that's another drop off in money. So he lost another core audience. If you fuck with the Godfather from Comicsgate, then you're also going to you're fucking with the. And I'm not saying fucking with like he started it with Ethan Van Sciver. What I'm saying is if you're clashing with the Godfather or Comicsgate, there's going to be some repercussions for that. And a lot of people supported Eric July because of the strength of Ethan Van Sciver, because Ethan Van Sciver told people to go support Eric or like that. But if Eric July is beefing with Ethan Van Sciver, you think Comicsgate is going to support Eric July's next book? Hell no. So now he lost another audience from that. That's why I believe why Yara didn't pick up the way Yara did, because after ISOM 2 and the fallout with Ethan Van Sciver, I think that's what affect Yara sales, because now people from Comicsgate is not coming in, to show support for Yara as well. He said, but I remember the whole Comicsgate and entire shit show that was. He said, thanks for Junior answering. Though you were going to blow it off and give me a joke answer. Yeah, so I think that's why Yara didn't perform the way it did, because now he lost Comicsgate buyers. I think that's my theory. That's my personal opinion. I think he lost Comicsgate's viewers, buyers, because of his clash with Ethan Van Sciver. So I think that's what caused that that as well. And then now you look at Alpha Core. I thought Alpha Core was pretty interesting in the advertisement as well for it. And I thought that Alpha Core was going to I thought Alpha Core was going to at least do about 2 million. That's what I thought. I thought Alpha. Let me see how much Alpha Core make. This is the third book in a row. Yeah, Alpha Core sold about 1 million. I thought Alpha Core surpassed 1 million. So I thought Alpha Core was going to at least make I thought Alpha Core was going to, yeah, they said 1.3 million. Yeah, I thought Alpha Core was going to do 2 million. I literally thought it was going to do 2 million. No, it didn't even do two. It didn't even do 2 million. And remember, Alpha Core was another comic. Was another group of characters that was also hyped up. Yaira appeared in ISOM, and also Alpha Core appeared in ISOM. So they were like the Trinity, or kind of like the Trinity of his universe. And those were the characters that I was interested in Alpha Core. I wanted to see what Alpha Core was going to be all about. I'm still gonna try it. I'm still gonna give Alpha Core a try. But I thought that Alpha Core was going to be a book that was going to at least do 2 million, but it didn't. It made like 1.3 million. So it did a little bit better than Yaira, which was surprising because I thought Yaira was going to be the thing that was going to just blow everything out of the water. But that just didn't happen. So John Yanagi, Iconic Comic has that same issue with Comicsgate. Do you think they're doing better in profits given that and since they don't have a warehouse? Good question. I think their difference is with Iconic Comics, no one, I didn't know what Iconic Comics was, to be honest. I didn't know who the hell he was until people kept bragging about Common America, and people kept hyping it and overhyping it and trying to get me to try out Common America and stuff. I didn't even know who they were. I think their situation was much different. Yeah, I don't think the whole warehouse thing, I don't think they had that. I'm not sure. I had to read up on them. But I also, people didn't hold iconic comics up to this high standard that they held Eric up to, since Eric is a YouTuber as well. Like like I said, he criticized comics, he talks about politics and stuff. Iconic Comics didn't do what Eric did or whatever like that. So I think their situation is totally different. They didn't get hurt, or they didn't experience a drop off like how Eric did. Like they and plus they started off modestly. Their base is growing. It's constantly growing. It's constantly growing. It's constantly building. But when you look at ISOM 1, 60,000 books from what I'm looking on Google, it went from 60,000 books to 30,000 books. So less people bought books or whatever like that. It's all about your readers. From what I'm understanding, like new readers are constantly coming in for iconic comics and stuff like that. So there's way more support than Eric. Maybe I'm misinterpreting things, but it seemed like Comic like Rippaverse thriving unrealistic is thriving realistically. Yeah, like I said, like when it comes to Comicsgate, I really don't know. I don't I like because there's always so much heat on Eric July and stuff like that. All I can say is that what we're seeing with Eric July right now and how the sales are getting lower and lower. I believe why the sales are also declining too is because now we're starting to see Eric July's actual fan base. Because, like I said, everything else was inflated because of the first campaign, because of how the stars were aligned. We had got that lightning in a bottle, and it was inflated. It was inflated. So I think the reason why we're seeing this drop off, we're starting to actually see who his real core audience is, and the people who's actually buying his books. That's why I think we're starting to see that we're starting to see a decline in each of the books. Gooding's sales was horrible. What was Gooding's sales? Yeah, yeah, I think Gooding only sold 200, like what, almost 300,000, I think. I think Gooding only sold 300,000. So Gooding didn't really sell too well. But yeah, the books are performing less and less. And what did Horseman? I think Horseman made 1 million. Did Horseman make 1 million? And yeah, and Horseman only made 812,000. So that didn't even reach 1 million or whatever. And Horseman, in my personal opinion, was the most interesting book out of all the books, in my personal opinion. Um A lot of company blacklisted July, but if he made his fulfillment company anonymous, he could have got all the extra indie comic like the Diamond Publishing dropped last year. Oh wow, didn't think about it. Let's see. Timothy Lynn and Mark Def made a lot of political statements. They cleared it out though. Okay. Once Common America picked up a lot of steam, they've been in the game longer. Okay. Thriving to the point that we think he's the mysterious uncle at the Christmas party. Never really paid attention to Comicsgate. I just want to read a good comic book. Yeah, that's how I am. Like massive egos in the fandoms are sad. I said there are so many indie comics out there. There are more of those that make it big. The less people would feel like their only options are Marvel and DC, which feels is mostly slop. At this point, mostly. Yeah, yeah. So 800,000 for Yara, no, not Yara, Horseman. So that's 800,000 and stuff. So that didn't even crack a million. So I'm not gonna lie, I'm about to fall out of my chair seeing the Horseman. So he definitely got my attention. Yeah, so Horseman, yeah, Horseman made didn't even make a million, but that was the most out of all his books, that was the most interesting book that I enjoyed. Or I really enjoyed a lot. I enjoyed the Horseman, and I'm looking forward to picking up the next issue of that as well. But that didn't even crack a million. And then remember, he did that Horseman. He did the Horseman trailer. I know that shit cost him a lot of money. And now that he has Rippaverse Studios, he has Rippaverse Studios, which means he has employees there. He has to keep those people employed. So he has to keep those people busy. So he has to pay them to do something and not pay. You can't. He has to pay them to do something. You can't just pay them and they're not doing anything. So you have to keep them busy. And then in order for the animation to happen, you gotta, he started urging for memberships, for the Rippaverse and stuff like that. If you get a certain amount of memberships, then he can do do a season episodes of Horseman. And then this when I started noticing something, in my personal opinion. This is what I started noticing. Then I started noticing when Blood Roof came out, I don't see no fully animated trailers anymore. The only thing that was fully animated, I'm talking about animated, was a little short animation of at the end of Blood Roof. A little short animation. Everything else was just still images that moves. Because guess what? It's cheaper to do that. And you just put a quick animation of Blood Roof, which won't really cost much, So then you look at the newer comics. When he did his presentation showing off the newer comics, you notice that there's no animation. There's no hand-drawn animation at all. So now he's saving. He's cutting costs because animation is expensive. So now you're starting to look at it. Most of his presentations now are just comic images moving, which is nothing wrong with that because I did that in mine. I'm just telling you to observe what's going on here. Where about this money. This shit is expensive. He's not throwing out money like that for animation anymore. If you think about it, now he don't got a full. I was thought was going to get a fully animated Blood Roof because Blood Roof was another character that I thought was going to be the next hype character because she appeared in Isom 2. No, Isom number 2. So I was thinking we were going to get a fully animated Blood Roof, but we didn't get that. So now you starting to notice that a lot of his presentations are having less and less hand-drawn animations, which he should have did in the first place. He should have just stuck with, just having animated stills from his book because it's cheaper to do that instead of coming balls to the wall, coming out with a fully animated trailer and stuff like that. And that eats into a lot of money. So now you're starting to see a lot of his trailers not even fully animated anymore. They're just animated still panels from his book because it's cheaper to do that than to do something fully animated, which in my personal opinion, he should have did that to begin with and build his way to fully hand-drawn animations, in my personal opinion. That's my personal opinion on that. You're breaking down why you don't want to have random ideas for your company. Yeah, that bro is breaking down why you don't want to have random ideas for your company. So I'm learning do's and don'ts. And then I started seeing some people have complaints. Some people who are fans of Eric July. I saw some people saying even though it's a good thing that he's announcing all these books, you have some people saying that, dude, where's Isom 3? You know what I'm saying? Because if you look at it, think about it. When you think about the writing. Eric July has written ISOM from what I know. He only had written ISOM, right? But the other books is written by the Saskia sisters, Chuck Dixon, Mike Barron. I think they're the only writers for now, I think, so far, right? But the only real like main line book that Eric July has really written, it's ISOM. And it's been what, 2 years since people been waiting for ISOM 3. So as far as Eric is concerned, Eric only put out ISOM, and now people are still waiting for ISOM 3, right? So that's like a 2-year wait for that book. And I've seen comments in the comment sections and people who are saying, like, it's good that he's putting out these books, but people feel as though that the universe is standing still is because ISOM haven't moved anywhere. His main man didn't move anywhere yet. So people want to follow, to the main stories. You get what I'm saying? So that's why people are saying, like, yeah, it's good to have all these books and all, but ISOM is still stuck at ISOM 2. The universe haven't moved anywhere. It's because it's at, it's where, ISOM had left off. So people are waiting for ISOM 3 to be a thing, so they can feel like the universe is making some progress. And that also made me think, I got phase 1, the foundation. I got 8 comic book series. And it made me reevaluate, because what I was going to do was I was going to do chapter 1 of VK and then put out chapter 2. And then I was going to put Alter Squad X chapter 1, Siona chapter 1. Then I said, you know what? No. In order for people to give a fuck about Alter Squad X, in order for people to give a fuck about Siona, the Die Star champion, in order for people to give a fuck about Neo Suit Johnny and the Frequency Speedster Adrenaline and the Great Samaritan, people got to give a fuck about VK first. So which means that what I'm going to do is, my whole plan is, I'm going to double down and work as hard as I can to get people to resonate and fall in love with VK. I'm going to work hard. I'm new to this. I'm a new writer. I'm going to try to hunker down and try to write as much as I can for you guys to resonate with these characters, which means I'm going to have to put a couple of chapters out of VK first. My goal is when I start development of chapter 2 for VK, my goal is to try to at least have chapter 2 out. At least I'll try to, at least I would love to have chapter 2 out by next year, the beginning of next year, and chapter 3 out next year, or chapter 2, 3, and 4. I would love to have 2, 3, and 4 out by next year. So if I get chapter 4, if I get 2, 3, and 4, and these campaigns do really, really well, then I'm going to be able to put out Alter Squad X. So once we got 4 chapters of VK, I can be able to do chapter 1 of Alter Squad X and chapter 1 of Siona, because now you have time to fill me out as a writer. You have time to get a chance to know these characters, and you start seeing movement and advancement and progress in my universe through VK. And now when I start introducing other characters, and since you guys are used to my writing, you guys say, okay, I can't wait. I'm looking forward to see what Alter Squad X is, because I really like reading VK. So I definitely want to give Alter Squad X a chance. So the failure of VK also means the failure of the other books, because why would you want to read the other books if you don't like VK, or VK is the VK is like, it's okay. So why would I want to read the other books if the writing here is okay? If he's writing this book, he's going to be writing the other books. So the success of VK really, really matters. So that's why in chapter 2 is going to be around like maybe between 42 to 62 pages, in between that or whatever. And I'm going to do my best, man. I'm going to try really, really hard. But first, I just pray, and I hope that you guys like chapter 1. And if chapter 1 is good enough to the point that you guys are willing to come back for chapter 2, I will really appreciate that. But yes, all my chapters will have campaigns. So yes, chapter 2 will have a campaign. Chapter 2 will. Bro, we from Moving Lord to Cooking Lord. I love this content, not gonna lie. Stick figures and shadow puppets. Bro, been going hard on question and answer for hours. Love to see it. Cardboard cutouts. Speaking of, do you recall him saying something about making a full animated season of Horseman? Yeah, he said it on he said it during the Horseman campaign. He got Dean Cain to do the voice of Horseman. He said that what he went to do is he went to do a season 1 of Horseman. By doing that, he need a certain amount of Rippaverse subscribers. that apply to a subscription service. If once he gets enough of those, then he'll be able to do like 8 episodes or something like that of season 1 for the Horsemen. So yes, he did say that. He said that during the Horseman campaign. In order for people to give a fuck about Siona, my brother in Christ, she has that's just my brother in Christ, she has tits. Well, you do have a point. No, you do have a point. Like tits and ass will sell a book regardless. Yeah. That is the case with that. I didn't think about that. That would people will buy it just off of ass and tits, and they buy it for ass and tits, and then they come for the story. But yes, that's what I want to do. I want to at least do 3 or 4 chapters of VK first, and what I'm going to do is when I do make a lot of money, I will have 2 different artists. I will have an artist for Siona. And because Jessica, my artist, will also be the artist for Ultra Squad X, so I can be able to get her to do Ultra Squad X, and I will hire somebody else to do Siona around the same time. So we'll do it that way. So whichever book finished first, as far as development, that book will come out. So if Siona finished first, Siona come out, and then Ultra Squad X. But if Ultra Squad X finished first, then it's Ultra Squad X, then it's Siona. I'll do it that way. But that's my goal. I would love to. Don't hold me to anything. But that I would love to have chapter 2 and 3, and maybe 4 out next year. I said no. I'm just saying it's just a hypothetical. But if anything, if I'm lucky, depending on how much money that I make off this campaign, if I'm lucky, who knows? It'd be awesome. I can get chapter 2 out this year as well. That would be awesome if I can get chapter 2 out this year. That would be awesome. But if not, being realistic, chapter 2 will probably come out next year, the beginning of next year, chapter 2. I'm just putting it out there. Yeah, man. That's how I see it. Well, I can't make a timetable, since the reason why I can't make a timetable is because I can't make a timetable until the book is actually done in my hand. I would never give you a solid date for anything until the actual book is in my hand. Once the book is in my hand, then I can give you actual timetable because it's done. Because the thing is, I don't want to give you a timetable, then all of a sudden it never happens because things happen. You know what I'm saying? So I don't want to set up false expectations. Once the book is in my hand, then I can give you actual timetable. But yes, chapter 2's development starts in June. Me and my artist will be starting VK chapter 2 and start drawing it up. Like I said, that's why I said this campaign is important, guys. That's why I keep saying that it's important. Because depending on how much money is left over after I print off the books, package the books up and send it out to you guys, depending on I like Siona's for her personality. Favorite X-Men movies, including Wolverine movies. My favorite X-Men movie would be the first X-Men and the second X-Men and Days of Future Past. Second campaign, four back stock. Second Chance campaign. I want to ask you guys. I wanted to ask you guys this because I don't know how you would feel about this. Katie did. I was on her podcast and she was also making a suggestion. Maybe we should do a second chance campaign on like GoFundMe or Indiegogo. I wanted to ask you guys this: would you, for those who didn't get a chance, for those of you who didn't get a chance to order, who missed out on this campaign, would you guys be up for like a second chance campaign after fulfillment is done? After I get the first orders out for everybody, would you guys be up for like another pre-order campaign, or would you just wait until my store is up and then you guys get a chance to just buy it from my store? Like let me know. That's a good question, Ruin. And everything, because if you guys want me to do like a second chance campaign where I do another campaign for you to do for more pre-orders for chapter 1, then I'll definitely do that if that's something you guys want to do. But as I said before, depending on how much money I have left over will determine of how fast I can get the next chapter out. Because like I said, I'm paying this stuff out of my pocket. The whole point of this is to be able to print off your books and ship your books and package your books, but also to reinvest the money back into Venus Orion Comics. Because once I reinvest in Venus Orion Comics, then I can use that money to pay for the other books without me having to put that much money out of my own pocket. Because if it comes out of my own pocket, you're gonna have to wait longer. You're gonna have to wait longer. Who's my favorite voice actor? I don't know. I'm not really a voice actor guy. Like I love like voices to characters, but I'm not like a hardcore. Oh my god, the voice is such. I'm not really that type of person, so I don't really have like a favorite voice actor. Both are good ideas. Yeah, I definitely want to hear. I definitely want to hear your thoughts on that because if that is the case, if I do that, then that means covers B, C, and D will still be up for grabs for those pre-order campaigns. If I do decide to do that, if I don't do a second chance pre-order campaign and just do the store, then no, those other covers will not be available. So I would have to so would that second chance campaign include the other covers that you said would never be? That's why I'm asking you guys. How would you feel about that? If not, what I would do for a second chance campaign, I would probably do another cover to make those campaigns. I'm not sure. Like that's what I'm saying. Like I don't want to, because I already said that those covers wouldn't be available after the first campaign. But then people are saying I had many people suggested me. I like you wasn't the only one. You guys wasn't the only one that asked about that. But I never thought about a second chance pre-order campaign. I like. How would you feel about that if I had those covers B, C, and D available for a second chance pre-order? How would you guys feel about that if I was to do something like that? I'm asking you guys because you guys are my audience. I don't want to do anything that will overstep my audience and will lose the trust of you guys. I need to ask to you guys, how do you feel about that? It's not about what I would want to do when it comes to that. Would you be up for a second chance pre-order this year? Like to do a second chance pre-order for you guys. Would you be up for that? If you guys would be up for it, then I would do it. If not, and you willing to just wait until my website opens up this year with the store to sell chapter 1, if you willing to just wait for that, then we can just do that. Because if I do the website, right, then it wouldn't make sense for me to do pre-orders. Because why would you pre-order when you just go to my store and just buy it and I can just ship it to you or whatever like that? But what the pre-order campaign would do, it makes it easier because once I collect the money, it just pays for the shipping, it pays for the printing, and I can just send it out to you guys. Now, when it comes to the store, I would have to pay out of pocket to get more books printed to have on hand. So when you guys make orders from my store, then I can ship it out to you guys. So that's something. I asked something similar in extension campaign. You said with off topic, but I actually watched the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers movie yesterday with my cousins, and now I fully understand why a lot of people love Jason David Frank. He was cool. Yeah, he was definitely a cool dude, man. Definitely was my favorite movie, man. I love Mighty Morphin. So I would approve. I would approve just to get covers B, and C. Already got A and D. Okay. Personally, that will be good to capitalize on if more word gets out about it. If it reviews well, definitely. If it's mid, hold on it. You talking about hold on to the pre-order, like if it reviews well. Yeah. So yeah, that's what I would do, guys. I would do a poll. I will also do a poll on X, and I will also do a poll on my community tab tonight and ask people. I will only do a second chance once everybody else from this campaign get their books, because it wouldn't be fair for me to do a second chance and then now people gotta wait and stuff like that. So no, once I'm finished fulfillment and once the books get out there and see what the responses are, and then I'll decide from there if that's okay. But I would ask other people. I would do a poll on X, and I would do a poll also on my community tab and see what people think about that. Because if that is the case, and you guys want me to do like a second chance pre-order with the other covers, I would do that for you guys. I would do that. So if you guys had missed out or you happen to want to get the other covers, that would be awesome. And yes, I would love to see some reviews. And like I said, man, I know we're cool. I know you guys, you guys like me as a YouTube personality and stuff. Don't hold back with your criticism. Say what you got to say. I can take criticism. I'm new to this. I'm a new writer and stuff like that. So that's the only way I'm able to learn as a writer, by you guys give me the criticism. of the first chapter and stuff. Like you don't understand how I'm feeling. I got a lot of anxiety because I'm saying to myself, I hope you guys do like this first chapter and stuff like that. And like I said, the first chapter is just like it's just scratching the surface. Chapter 2 is where we actually go really, really hard on this because I can take some of the money that I got left over from the campaign to invest in some of the pages while saving some more money so I can let that money pile up from the for campaign 2 and let that stack and stuff like that. Man, bro, is getting going in the right direction here. This is how you campaign. Don't start nothing new until the first orders get their books. Yeah. So yeah, until everything is fulfilled. Now the thing is, the advice that I got, and I did a lot of research. I gave myself a 3 months grace period to make sure these books get out there. So yes, the latest everybody's books, and doesn't mean you're going to get your books at this time. You're going to get your books a lot earlier, but I gave myself a 3 months grace period till May. So my goal is to have all these books out by May. But like I said before, once these books come in my studio, I'm shipping these books out right away. The moment the money hit my account, I'm ordering those books, and I'm gonna take a picture of the receipt. I'm gonna take a picture of the orders. I'm gonna post it in the updates. So come back to your Kickstarter page because the updates will be here. When you hit the update tab right here, hit updates right here, you will be updated from me. So you still got to come back here. I'm also going to put the updates on my Twitter. I'm also going to put the updates in the community tab on my YouTube to update you guys. So once I do make the orders, I will screen capture the receipt and everything so you guys know that, hey, I'm being transparent. The books were ordered. And then once the books get here, I will take a picture of the books being at my studio. And yeah, so the moment the books get to the studio, the digital copies will go out right there. You will get the digital copies right away once those books get in my studio. Those digital copies go out to everybody. Everybody who got a digital copy will go out, will get it that day that it comes, that the books get into my studio. So you guys will be able to give your reviews and give your opinions once those digital copies come in. All right, just got some space. Mugen, if you're streaming for a little longer, we can do an interview now. Dude, an interview would be nice. We can do one this week because I'm streaming again this week because I'm about to close out. I didn't know that I was streaming for 4 hours. I still didn't even eat dinner yet, and I still got a lot of Venus Orion comic stuff to do and get ready. I would love to do an interview with you this week if you have enough time this week. When I do my next stream, I would love to do that, bro. I would love to do that. I think that would be awesome, bro. But yeah, hold on to that. I would love to do that, man. But yes, man. That's pretty much it. For this stream, I didn't know it was 9:21. God damn it, I didn't know it was this damn late. And this is a school week. It's like gotcha, but just announcing in advance. Yeah. I would announce in advance. Let me see. Let me check the date. Where we at? So. All right, this is what we do. We will do it on the last day of the campaign. The last day of the campaign. Actually, no. Actually, we'll try it on Friday. Friday, the last day of the campaign. The campaign is over. No, we'll do it on the last day. We'll do it on the last day. This Thursday, the 13th. If you do it on the 13th, it's the last day of the campaign because I want to still try to get promote it more to get try to get that squeeze a little bit more on the last day or whatever like that. So we can do that on the 13th. On a Thursday. If you're not available, then we could do it on a Friday on the 14th because I'll stream Thursday and I won't stream on Friday. So the Thursday and Friday you'll be getting streams back to back. Left Walmart without my jacket. Horror story. I backed Red Rooster, my mesmerizer, and that fool had me looking at his books at Walmart, bro. Imagine you backed a book on premium. That's the stupidest shit. You back a book and then all of a sudden it's in store at a cheaper price. That's the shit that I don't want to do. I would never want to do that to you guys. You know, you guys spent your hard-earned money. You see the potential in what I'm doing, and I turn around and do that shit to you. Oh yeah. Dude, just but yeah. All right, let me put it this way: the next stream that you happen to pop up on, we'll do the interview. Cook. So whatever the next stream that you happen to pop up on, we'll do the interview. I think we'll do that. We'll work like that. Whatever one you happen to pop up on, we'll do the interview, bro. So like I said before, if you know people who may be interested in wanting to try out VK chapter 1, if you haven't checked out, a matter of fact, before we even for those of you who haven't seen it, I'll put it in the trailer right now, actually. Real quick. I always want to do this for you guys and everything. Damn, man, taking a long. Wait, hold on, I'm waiting for this thing to load. Yeah, man. No, hold up. There we go. Damn. Yeah, so as I said before, man, I really appreciate you guys showing support for what I'm doing, man. All right, here we go.
Hey, Wrath. I was able to pinpoint Jasmine Mitchell's location.
Remember the pain, and remember the suffering.
What do you mean they're coming after me? I don't get it. How did they find out?
Everyone around you will pay the ultimate price.
I think someone just walked into my apartment.
Jasmine, get the hell out of there right now.
What are you?
Damn it, kid, I'm on my way. High-grade silver nitrate bullets. Something your kind doesn't take lightly. Well, am I right, vampire?
What is going
Kid,
on
did
here?
you forget? The party was canceled to avoid a potential police raid. Your friend should already know that.
No fucking way. Is he even human?
You're doing?
Jasmine, step away from the window right now!
Damn it! Looks like the police are headed in your direction.
No! Wait! Jasmine!
Only then will you become the man I remember.
That shit cost me $800. that simple clip, that simple animation cost me $800 fucking dollars. That shit is expensive. And then, of course, one more I wanted to show. All right. And then this over here. All right. Yep. Yeah, so that's pretty much it, guys. Man, I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. I'll be streaming again on Thursday, Thursday and Friday. There will be a stream. Thursday is for the last day of the campaign, and then Friday we'll just have fun, man. We'll chill, we laugh and joke, and talk about a lot of things within gaming and whatever you guys want to talk about. Surf YouTube and look at some videos or suggestions and stuff like that. So, man, I hope you guys have a good night. I had fun with you guys, and I'll definitely be seeing you Game Fiends later. Peace out.